This is NHTV2, North Haven Government Television, a service of North Haven Community Television. The following program is brought to you through the support of the Town of North Haven.
Good evening. My name is Alan Frederickson. I'm the Land Use Administrator for the Town of North Haven. As indicated on the agenda for tonight's meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission, the meeting is being held via video conference and conference call, and there is no in-person public access to the meeting. A video conference link and dial-in conference call number was provided for the commission members and interested members of the public to participate in the meeting. For members of the public who are listening, I would ask that you mute your phones if you're able so that we do not get any background noise. I have some important reminders. First, every time you speak, you must state your name for the record, except when the roll of the commission is being called. Second, we must be careful not to speak over one another so that everyone who's listening can hear what is being said and so that we have a clear record. For this reason, when it comes time for the commission to comment or to ask questions of any of the presenters and also for the commission to vote, the secretary will call the roll of the commission. Also, when it comes time for members of the public to comment, again, you must state your name and please spell your name so it is properly recorded, and also provide your address. This meeting is being recorded and the recording will be posted on the town's website. Okay. So Vern, I guess having said that, we would need, in the absence of Teresa Ranciatavili, to pronounce an acting secretary.
Yeah, would you? Okay, we'll put Brian Cummings in for secretary, and we'll put Paul in for to sit in for Teresa, and for Rich we would put in Mark Parisi. You have that?
I've got that.
Okay, very good. Okay, so we've got a quorum here to go. Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Vern Carlson, and welcome to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for the month of February 7th, 2020. I am the chairman of the commission, and I'm the chairman of the commission, and let us, we do have a couple of site plan, some public hearings tonight, and we have some site plans. But at this point, let me introduce our staff. Hello there, Mark. Let me introduce our staff, which is Alan Frederickson, our land use administrator. Andy Bellavatqua is our town engineer. Pam Miller is our staff secretary and clerk, and Satanya is our court reporter. Also joining us tonight is Jennifer Capola, is our town attorney. Will be giving us a talk on some very important things for the commission. With that being said, Alan, is there any changes to the agenda?
No, I don't think there are, Vern. I think it's coming off as indicated.
Okay, very good. With that, Brian, you want to read the call of the first public hearing?
Okay, Vern, I'll read the call of the first public hearing. The first public hearing is P22-02S, special permit application as authorized by section 11.1 of Goodwill Industries of Southern Connecticut Incorporated, applicant Goodwill Industries of Southern New England Incorporated, and Christopher and Leslie Tivoli, owners relative to 432 Washington Avenue, map 90, lot 59 and lot 58, plan entitled Proposed Parking Expansion, 432 Washington Avenue and 12 Glen Road, prepared by Godfrey and Hoffman Lodge, LLC, dated January 7th, 2022, scale 1 inch equals 30 feet, CB 40 R12 zoning districts. Vern, do you want me to read the site plan at the same time too?
Yeah, I do. I want to make the show the record that we're going to take the site plan, which is 22-02.
Okay, this is,
Will be 1 and 5 will be taken together. And Brian, please read that in.
okay, this is P 22-02, site plan application of Goodwill Industries of Southern New England Incorporated. Applicant Goodwill Industries of Southern New England and Christopher and Leslie Tivoli, owners, relative to 432 Washington Avenue, map 90, lot 58 and lot 59, plan entitled Proposed Parking Expansion, 432 Washington Avenue and 12 Glen Road, prepared by Godfrey Hoffman Associate Lodge LLC, dated January 7th, 2022, scale 1 inch equals 30 feet, CB 40 R12 zoning districts.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
You're welcome.
Is there someone here for the applicant?
Yes, there is, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, hey, Bernie.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Bernard Pellegrino. I'm an attorney with the Pellegrino Law Firm. I represent the applicant, Goodwill of Southern Connecticut. With me this evening is Rich Bohr from Goodwill and Marcus Podak from Godfrey Hoffman Hodge and Associates, who's our project engineer. It's good to be here. We're going to be speaking of two properties, 432 Washington Avenue and 12 Glen Road. 432 Washington, as I'm sure most of you know, is the existing Easter Seals Goodwill Center, which you approved in 2011. The center has offices for the applicant, operates a donation center and a rehabilitation center at the site. The approval back in 2011 also approved the location for up to 32 passenger vans that Goodwill operates to pick up its clients, to bring them to job sites throughout the county, and including a number that come to this site to work in the rehab center or the donation center. And then in the afternoon, those vans are again used to go out and pick up the clients and return them to their homes or other transfers with family members who pick them up. And that's important because I think tonight, because the expansion of the operations is to provide for more, not greater numbers, but more parking and more safe on-site parking for the existing center. By essentially acquiring 12 Glen Road to allow us to expand and create parking on half of that property. The other half of the property would be vegetated with a buffer to buffer the activities from the neighboring residentials as permitted by special permit. And in a moment, Marcus will run through that site plan for you. 12 Glen is an existing residential single-family lot. It has a single-family dwelling on it. It has some outbuildings in the back that are used for various uses. Our application proposes demoing all of the existing structures on that site, creating a parking area and a landscaped area. Goodwill has that property under contract to purchase, contingent upon it getting the necessary approvals to utilize it for its current operations. Before I turn it over to Marcus, I wanted to mention a couple of things, and they relate also in part to Alan's memo. The new parking area would technically be outdoor parking. So we would add a plan, because those vans would be stored there overnight on the site, as they are now, for use on a regular basis. So that area would be deemed outdoor parking. We will make that note. The existing uses on the site, I thought I'd also just mention, are essentially going to remain the same. This just allows a little more breathing room, if you will, kind of separates those parking, the parking of those vehicles from the activities around the building. There are people that come to the site for the donation center. Drop off of customers does occur there before they take a van to their workplace or work at the building. So it just provides for a safer on-site vehicular and pedestrian access. It would also allow, you'll notice in the, I think it's the southeast section of the site, for some small area for some passive recreation. Folks can eat lunch, go outside. You know, we have a gazebo there now. And so it would provide for some additional area for some passive rec. Last thing I wanted to mention, also in Alan's notes, there's an existing 6-foot vinyl fence between the 432 site and the 12 Glen Road site presently. And although it didn't quite make it to the plans, but it will, we plan to relocate the vinyl fence, which is attractive, white vinyl fence, to the eastern side of 12 Glen to supplement the screening. So there will be a fence along the eastern property boundary of 12 Glen. Unless you have any questions for me, I would turn it over to Marcus. You're muted, Vern. Can't hear you.
Vern, you're muted. You have to turn your mic on.
Okay, Bernie, can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, now you plan to move the gazebo over onto this lot, or you're gonna keep it in the front lot?
I think, I don't know if we show that relocating, probably could, but I'm not sure we show it that way. I'll have Marcus answer when we start.
Yeah, well, you know, it's just immaterial, it's just, you know, if you're gonna move everything back that way, I mean, that is sort of in the back of the, you know, kind of recreational area. Are you gonna do that back there? And I will just have your guy just address that if you don't mind.
I will.
And other than that, I don't have anything at the moment, Bernie.
Okay.
This is Jim Giletti. I have one kind of side note there. This leaves the person on the other side of the Glen Road property as the butter if this was granted. And if I know the map correctly, the name seems to be Florio. Not that I know that, but have you reached out to that neighbor? Do we have any comment from that neighbor, what they feel about the parking lot being expanded?
It's okay. Yeah.
They, I have not, Jim. I don't know if Rich has, but they have been notified, so.
Yeah, that's not the same thing. Okay, it tells me what I need to know. Yeah.
Okay, Bernie.
Thanks. Go ahead, Marcus.
Good evening. For the record, Marcus Puttock, Godfrey, Hoffman and Hodge at 26 Broadway. If I can share my screen so that people can see the map, is that? Looks like I can. Can everyone see the map now?
Yes.
Okay, so this is essentially the existing conditions map. You have the existing Goodwill building at 432 Washington Avenue in the front, the property line, and this just delineates a lot of the trees that will be removed along the property line, as well as noting the existing buildings and all of their foundations and whatnot, which are to be removed. So we move from there to the actual site plan. we do not propose any modifications to the entrance from an exit from Glen Road or from Washington Avenue to the east. The new parking will be a one-way in and one-way out parking, since it is essentially predominantly for the outside storage of the client's vans for moving people to and from work. So the new parking is predominantly on, well, I shouldn't say, it is about half of the existing property with a full 50-foot buffer of landscaping with some dense trees. As Bernie mentioned, the existing vinyl fence along the property line will be relocated to the property line with the neighbor, with all of the with new vegetation planted all along the buffer and some lawn area that can be used for passive recreation. We propose a series of catch basins and dry wells. I can't get to that page. Here we go. So 2 catch basins with 4 dry wells connected by a pipe was our proposal to maintain all of at least the first inch of water on our site. Had some discussion with Andy about looking a little more intensely at the interconnection between this parking area and the existing parking area. When we initially designed this, we intended for all of the stormwater to stay on this parking lot. So all of the new impervious surface stormwater would remain in that parking area. So we've handled the drainage aspect of this. We do propose some additional lighting in the form of 6 new pole lights, and we've had a photometric prepared that shows that all of the light remains on the site and does not trespass onto the neighbor's property or even into the landscape buffer. We've also proposed standard erosion and sediment controls with a construction entrance into the new construction area, as well as silt fence and silt sacks in all of the catch basins, and standard notes to have all of that cleaned and stabilized prior to all of the erosion controls being removed. In Andy's notes, he requested that we show a stockpile area, which will be added to the map, and a few additional signs, as well as a sidewalk on Glen Road. Presently, there is a sidewalk all along Washington Avenue and along Glen Road to the edge of the property line for 12 Glen Road. We will add a sidewalk to the plan showing it to the end of the frontage of our parcel. That's basically the extent of the construction we propose. If there's any specific questions on any technical aspects, I'd be happy to answer them.
Did you, Andy, are you here, Andy? Andy? No, Andy, I guess.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, have you looked at this? Is these detention basins, the basins tied into one another? Is there enough to carry the water off?
Well, the system, Mr. Chairman, the system was designed basically to infiltrate the first inch of runoff, which is normally what we would require. But the problem with it is the way the system is designed, that if you get more than an inch of water, it's going to start flooding the parking lot. And that's something we try to avoid. So one of the suggestions I had was to interconnect this system in with the existing system, which does have a discharge out into Washington Ave. So at least it has a place to do some positive discharge in the event that you have large storms. You could also increase the amount of storage which is provided. And when we talk about more motors later on, you'll see that that was their approach to the project, which is basically to store all the stormwater through a 100-year storm on the site. And you can see that the drastic difference in the amount of storage that's provided. So I think the storage, if all we're trying to do is just infiltrate that first inch, I'm satisfied with with what we've got here as far as the design. I'm just concerned, and I don't want to see that parking lot flood. And that's really the bottom line for me.
So what do you actually suggest as far as, we don't want it to flood either, and I'm sure that the owners don't want it to flood. What do you suggest to do there, if anything?
So it would be an interconnection into the drainage system for the existing site. The existing site has a drainage system that drains out to Washington Avenue. It's not a very large pipe. It's intended to be an overflow system. The prior site plan has dry wells throughout the whole site. So the dry wells are interconnected with some small drainage pipes to provide the system with an overflow. And my suggestion was to interconnect the systems, but also to check to make sure that you had enough capacity to keep that parking lot from flooding.
Okay, good enough. We'll just, it'll go along with your comments, and I guess it's in your comments as far as that part goes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
Brian, this is Brian. I did have a question for Andy on
Yeah,
that.
go ahead, sure.
When I was there looking, does the parking lot flood now? Because it looks like one of the catch basins or storm drains had been reset in the front of the building. Was that a problem, or is that just something maintenance? Would you know?
You're talking about the existing parking lot?
Yeah.
I did not look at that in any kind of detail. I'm not sure.
Okay,
I focused basically on the rear of the section where the new work was going to be done.
but your fix is going to work for both lots then, for this.
Yeah, and certainly
recommendations.
if they're having drainage issues on the existing site, this would be a perfect opportunity to fix that if that's a problem that they're having.
Thanks, Andy.
Okay. Jim? Jim Gilletti?
Okay, yeah, no. So I'd like you to explain to me exactly what this buffering is, because that's one of the biggest issue here is we're increasing commercial into residential zone. I'm very concerned about the next door neighbor, and I don't exactly understand what that buffering is. It looks to me like there are trees. What kind of trees? You told us about the fence, that's great, but yeah, that I think goes without saying, but what's between the parking space and the trees? Is that grass? So can you please tell me what the buffering is?
Yeah, I can answer that. We have between the parking lot, which is 50 feet from the property line, we have approximately 25 feet of lawn area that is intended to use as passive recreation, and then a further 25 feet of giant green Arborvitaes at the time of planting, which would be 6 to 7 foot tall, and we propose 42 of them in a staggered pattern in order to create a fairly dense screening, as well as leaving some of the existing trees and there are some existing pines and some existing evergreens along the property line already. So that's essentially what the buffer is.
So the Arborvitaes, it's on the plan that they will all be 6 to 7 foot high. That's what the plan calls for?
The plan specifies 6 to 7 foot high giant green Arborvitaes, yes, 42.
Okay, and with 40 something, will there be spaces between them, or will that be an actual block, a solid block?
There are initially there will be some space between them so that they can have room to grow. That's why they are staggered in a V-shaped pattern, so that they have space to expand and grow over time, but still create a fairly dense visual buffer. And that, along with the vinyl fence behind them, we believe will create a fairly solid buffer between the parking lot and the neighbor.
So Attorney Pellegrino indicated he didn't know anything about contacting the now proposed next door neighbor. Have you had any contact with him? And I know Mr. Borer is here. Mr. Borer, have you had any contact with that neighbor?
I have not had any contact with the neighbors.
And Jim, it's Bernie. Rich texted me saying that he has not had any direct contact with them. I would add, and I think it's relevant on this point, that the relations with the current neighbor have really been good throughout the operation for the last 11 years. No real issues there relative to, because we're already kind of into the residential zone, but not further enough, not far enough, sorry, to require the 50-foot buffer presently. So those vans and parking are, essentially within like 10 feet of the property line with the fence. And haven't really been any complaints. It's been a pretty good working relationship. So given the fact that the operations really won't change. And
Well, but they
How
will,
will
it will for this new neighbor though,
it will, but.
right?
but
I mean, the new neighbor right now has a house next to them. You're
Well,
gonna
they
change that to being butted 50 feet away with
Yeah,
cans.
yeah, I agree. It's gonna be closer to them, but it's been even closer to the house of the 12 Glen property for the past 11 years. And I guess I'm just saying there haven't been a lot of issues there, so. with
Yeah,
the-
well, I went by that property and there were outbuildings. I don't know what they were doing in those outbuildings at that property. So I don't know. I just would, feel for me a lot better if I knew that those people were not concerned about it, because you're asking us to increase the commercial property into residential. I'd like to know what the residents have to say, but.
They have, we walked the 12 Glen site, and you can kind of see it. If you look at Florio's, Jim, you'll
Yep.
see they have a fence, existing fence
Seen
on
it.
their site. Then it cuts east. So
Yep.
their backyard is open, if you will. In that area, it almost looks like it's part of 12 Glen if you went back there. But the house, which is up front, is kind of fenced in. The backyard is kind of wide open. Doesn't look like there really a lot of activity out there. I don't know, what.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And it may be this is a better deal for them than what was there. I don't know, but we're just guessing.
Yeah, the house, I think, exists closer to the property line now than the 50-foot buffer. I mean, it's probably in there.
Bernie, it's Vern. They have been notified on the public hearing for sure, right?
Yes, they were.
Yeah, okay. Well, at least they certainly know that there's something going on here, and there's been no contact with them at all.
Not
Yeah.
not either prior to or
Yeah.
subsequent to the
And-
letters that were made.
Has there been any problems over there, Bernie, do you know, with the backup beepers on those trucks? And
Exactly.
I know they were backing in earlier in the day, and of course, in the morning, they just drive forward, so there is no noise. And that's been working well.
It's been working well, in the afternoon, those vans will leave the site. Rich was explaining this to me the other day. They leave it to go pick up for for delivery in the afternoon at about 2:00. And then they return, between 3 and 3:30. By 4:00, the day is over. So those vans have been backed in and they're parked there probably before everybody comes home from work. In the morning, as you say, they pull out. Operations kind of get going at about 7. The drivers come, they take their vans and off they go for their morning pickup and delivery. They return late morning, then they go out early afternoon, and they're back and back in their parking spot and the site basically the operations ended around 4. So
Yeah, well, I've
been
heard.
working
nothing.
well and really haven't been any real complaints that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I have heard nothing of any complaints over there either. Paul, what about you? You have any insight?
Bernie, I have one question, Bernie. It's Paul Wyman. Several years ago, there was a couple vans that caught on fire there. And if you look at the old map, the fence was closer to the vehicles than it will be in the proposed. And actually, the fence melted. So it was so close to it. So this is going to be looks like it'll be a better setup with the extended buffer there with the 50-foot buffer.
Yeah, the
Because right now you have nothing.
Probably 40 feet farther away from new neighbor as they are today from the existing neighbor.
Okay.
And the fence will be 50 feet from the back of that, but approximately 50 feet from where those vans will be parked.
Okay. All right, Paul, is that,
Yeah, that answers my question.
yeah.
Just making a
Brian,
comment about that it's going to be a lot further away, and the fence was so close that it melted when they had the van problem. But anyway,
Yeah, well,
that
yeah,
was my point.
I do recall that, yeah. But anyways, Brian, do you have anything to add here?
Yes, Vern, I do. Thank you. You addressed the hours of operation, Bernie, pretty much from 7 to 4. Does that look like what it's going to be?
Yep.
And we had asked in 2011, and Vern addressed this, that the vans will be backed in because of the beeping tones. So they're not going to be waking up and people in the morning there. And that's going to be addressed too. And when I was down there, all the vans were backed in. So it's continued for 11 years, and that's pretty good. So I did have another question on that. The zone, as it currently is, part of it is CB40 and the other half of it is CB12 or R12 rather. Was a variance needed for that in the beginning to do what they did back in 2011 or then?
My answer, I think, is no, because they didn't exceed the 40 feet. I didn't do it, but Alan, that's my recollection. Now, because that zone line is
Yeah,
because of the location of the zone line, now we would exceed 40 feet. So we need it's not a variance, obviously, it's a special permit with the buffer.
Okay.
Right. Yep, that's what you need is a special, that's the
Bernie.
about is that special permit at this
yeah,
point.
Vern, this is Alan Frederickson.
Yeah,
When this was before the commission last for the change of use, and for some outdoor storage in 2011, there was no special permit on it, and there was no expansion of the parking lot at that time. It was a change of use and that of the gazebo and some outdoor storage, but the parking lot was where it was, and there was no expansion of that. There was no historic special permit on it from when the building was constructed, which I think was in the mid-80s. And I believe, as Bernie has articulated, that there was no special permit required, again, because the use wasn't going beyond the 40 feet that is allowed to penetrate into that other zone. So we're clearly over that at this point.
okay.
I had one question, Alan. One of the proposed conditions, and I don't want to be presumptive, certainly, but was that there be a requirement for I'm looking for it here, encroachment permit. Do you know if that's required? It may be, and I'm only thinking if applicable, or maybe Andy knows. Would we require, if we tie in, maybe we would on the drainage?
I don't think so, Bernie. I think it depends. I tend to put the comment on there when it's on a
this-
state road.
Yeah, it's Andy
it's
Bellavacqua. The drainage connection would certainly require an encroachment permit because you have to cross over the right of way. Or you're going to be passing additional flows over the right of way. So they're probably going to want an encroachment permit. Or at the very least, they'd want to review your drainage calculations to make sure that you're not increasing flows onto the state right of way. That would be their concerns.
Okay.
Which I
If
think
it's not
are going a way
required,
to do that with the dry wells you have, you know.
Alan, what were you saying?
if it's not required, you can also get an email from DOT that says, we don't need an encroachment permit, whatever. That's okay, whatever.
All right, good, good.
Yeah, the expansion on
Mark?
parking may kick something in, but I would doubt it.
All right, well, we'll look into it. Mark? Mark Parisi? Mark?
There we go.
No, Mark.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I'm new to the whole process, but one thing that stands out at me is the number of vans they're parking there. Now they've substantially increased their parking capacity. So what is going to be there to say that they can't have 35 years now, whatever the number might be, and started creeping up, and all of a sudden we've got 50 vans because now they actually have the availability to park more vans there.
Yeah, we're Bernie Pellegrino. We're prepared to accept a condition that the existing 34 remain. We're actually a little less than that now. We only have 28, but it could be back up to 34, but no more. We'll accept that. We're not looking to expand the number of vans. It just got so kind of tight in that area that when this property came on the market, it seemed to be a natural, even though we're only essentially using about half of this site, it seemed to be a natural way for us to just create a little breathing room in the back of that property, move the vans a little further, from the building, and just improve the on-site vehicular and pedestrian traffic and safety.
Probably.
Mark, can take care.
Vern, the gazebo would not move, it would stay.
It's gonna stay there. Okay, very good. That's this as well. Mark, you all set?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, very good. Anyone else there? Jim?
Yeah, Vern, I just want to ask a question, sort of comment. And correct me if I'm mistaken, I want the other board members to know. This will result in the Glen Road property coming off the tax rolls. Is that correct or not correct? Because this was a big issue when we were talking about the Easter Seals building, because Easter Seals is a charity, as I understand it. So I don't think we get taxes on that building. Will this now result in this property coming off the tax rolls and we won't be getting taxes anymore?
It likely will, Jim, if an application is made and the assessor,
Well, it's going to be owned by the same entity, right?
Yes, it will.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So the likelihood is, just for whatever it's worth, because it was a big discussion when we were talking about the other building, that the result is that we will no longer get taxes from that property.
For the house, yep.
Yeah, it is a, you're so right, Jim, there. That was a big discussion.
Yeah, other than the pilot money that you would receive, which is a percentage of it. And it's not a huge taxpayer, that piece. It was a bigger issue on the front piece, obviously a larger building, I get it. But I would add that Easter Seals has been a great community participant in town. They do great things in town for residents. They do provide jobs in the community. They service our residents who need their services. And so even though they are a tax-free entity, I think they have been a good corporate citizen in many, many other respects, and have always kind of helped when our community needed them. So obviously there's a trade-off there, but I just thought I'd make that pitch.
I do have another comment, if I may, Mark Parisi. we're looking at the demolition plan and the construction plan showing the temporary driveway cutting through with the and not making an access to Glen Road, additional access. How will that impact the ongoing construction and destruction, impact the daily use of the property? What kind of problems is that going to create? Because now they only have technically one exit, because that other driveway will be used for the construction. And when they're moving the materials in and out, which is predominantly what that project is going to be, movement of materials, how is that going to affect the daily goings on of the facility?
Maybe Marcus, can you cover construction sequencing and answer that question? I'm not sure I fully understood it.
Yeah, I guess I can attempt to answer that. Obviously, we'll have to schedule construction and materials coming to and from the site for the construction of the parking lot and for the removal of the buildings. With the operations in mind, so I would assume much of the comings and goings of the construction operation would happen after the morning, after the 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock hour, when many of the clients have already come or gone, and then whether it can, and then not during their afternoon rush.
Couldn't the existing driveway on Glen be used for demo trucks without interfering with the site?
Yes, I was just going to say, I think during demolition, the existing driveway would be used to haul away. And until the plantings and really stabilization comes about is really when they would not be able to access, or when that driveway gets removed, and the area gets stabilized. So I think it could be coordinated to not interfere with the existing operation.
And losing that curb cut, Mark, I think is actually kind of a benefit there. At the end of the day,
Oh, yeah.
we have to work through it. And I agree with you, kind of coordinate those activities, the demo and the construction. But I think we can probably use that driveway as well. And then, of course, at the end of the day, it gets closed up and that sidewalk would come all the way down.
It sounds like it's the way it would work, Bernie. It's just what you were saying.
This is Rod Williams. Actually, that might have been the question I had. I was wondering about the sidewalk on Glen Road. So Bernie, were you saying that the sidewalk would continue all the way down?
It was a note, and yes, we can get it. And we can continue it all the way to the end of all the way to the end of 12 Glen going east. There's room.
Okay, yeah. Wonderful. Yeah, I noticed that in the notes. So thanks for clarifying.
You're not getting, Bernie, I'm not getting the impression you're gonna go past that. You're only gonna go to the end of that lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Vern, I
Okay.
did have another question.
Anyone
Maybe
else
for
have
Bernie.
anything to add?
Vern, I did have another question, maybe for
By all
Bernie.
means, go ahead.
Thank you. Or
Right.
others. Again, the lot is half CB40 and half R12 right now. The lot that the house is on is R12. And we're being asked to allow for expanded parking. At any time, could another building be put up on that? And what zoning would apply? Would it be a R12 zoning as far as the height of the house, or CB40 as far as how this of another building?
I'll take
Just out of concern for the neighbor, because we're moving up the road here,
Yeah. I'll take that question, Brian.
Thank you.
It's Bernie Pellegrino. That lot would no longer exist. It would be merged into new lot. So it won't be a building lot. If someday it would, they would want to put it back, split it back off and do it, I think the same rules apply. If it was a residential lot, they would have to retain the buffer and come back to you for whatever they want to do on that, back part of the site by special permit.
Yeah, Alan Frederickson, I think Bernie has it right. I think you would have to come back in order to enlarge the footprint of the building or add a building. You're subject to the same issue. You are expanding the use at that point, so you need a special permit plus a site plan.
Thank
But
you.
let me just clarify something, because he talked about you'd have to resplit off the lot. You wouldn't have to resplit off the lot. It could all be one big lot. And that, but if they wanted to put a building in this new parking area, they'd have to come in with a site plan. And you're saying also a special permit, even though it's now one complete lot?
That's correct.
Why would it have to be? I understand the site plan, because obviously it's an expansion of the building. Why a special permit? Because that's not further intruding into the.
Yeah,
No.
Jim, under that section of a lot lying in more than one zone
Yeah.
and involving a special permit use, which this is arguably about to become, any expansion of that requires a special permit application, but
So
it articulates that.
Let's say putting a shed on it or just some outbuilding, that would be an expansion of it?
You're getting
That's
close.
exactly-
I think it
I
would.
don't think so, Jim.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think so. But putting a dwelling on there, I think would be a real stretch to do it, even though it's at
I don't
R12.
think anybody's too worried about that.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think so.
I guess that's what I meant, Jim. If they, the question started, if they wanted to put another house back, that would have,
Oh, okay, I get it, get it.
you're right. If the building was gonna be expanded or another building, I think it's a new special permit, clearly. Outbuildings.
Yeah, I don't know if it's, but it's certainly a site plan anyway, but okay, fair enough.
Good enough. Okay, anybody got anything else in respect to this?
Yeah, Vern, this is Alan Frederickson. I'm somewhat impressed by Goodwill's efforts, and I think they do add a lot to the community. And I appreciate the way they've conducted their business. They had a little difficulty with the outdoor storage, and they returned to the commission and were honest and forthright about relocating that outdoor storage. I guess they've been, very good citizens. That notwithstanding, I don't know what happens with the neighbor. The neighbor was notified, and we don't see the neighbor here, I guess, although we haven't opened this up yet.
Still gotta go to the
But-
public yet.
Right, but
I haven't been out
however,
there.
I appreciate the fact that the fence is going to be relocated. That goes a long way, for me.
It does.
But I'm still somewhat questioning, I see, about maybe 2/5 of that buffer being evergreens and about 3/5 of it being grass.
I don't care.
And I'm wondering if the applicant is willing to at least enhance some of those plantings somewhat and reinforce that buffer somewhat.
Split it, Ken.
Well, we'll ask them.
We'll ask him. Why don't we go to the public and I'll.
We'll ask them.
Excuse
Now,
me,
let me
this is counsel for the commission. We're getting some feedback. I'm not quite able to tell.
Could you help us
who
out with
it
that,
is.
Jennifer?
Please, if you're not speaking, you should be muted. Thank you. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Let me see if I can get out to the public. Somebody might have something that just, is there anyone here would like to speak in favor of this application? Anyone in favor? Is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition? Or have any comments in respect to this application? This is a public hearing. Okay, hearing none. Is there anything else from the commission?
Oh, hello,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Vern, this is Mary
Yes.
White. I was
Oh,
wondering
Mary
if I
Lou,
could,
okay.
yes,
You-
hi.
You want to
I was
speak?
wondering if I could make a comment.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about the giant green arborvitaes. They're also known as green giant arborvitaes. So it was stated that they will be planted. I was wondering how many of those are going to be planted where the neighbors are. And I wanted to say that those are really good buffer plantings, providing you have enough of them. So they do get really big, 60 feet. They do get really wide, but I just want to make sure that, because it'll be an excellent screen, because a 6-foot fence, seems really great, but these things can soar up really, really tall very, very quickly, maybe like a foot or more a year. So I just wanted to ask about that and just mention that the giant green arborvitaes or green giant arborvitaes, they really provide an excellent buffer, providing that there's enough of them. So that's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, thank you, Mary. Bernie, you got someone can take that.
I think I heard him say it, and he can correct me, but I thought he said 42. And Jim or Alan, or I think you both had some questions about the planning. We would be willing to supplement it. When we met last week to prepare, there are some existing plantings or shrubbery at the existing property line, some of which are mature. We think we may be able to transplant some of those into the back. So would we be willing to do that? And we can supplement it. I'm not sure we need, I'm not a landscape guy, but I'm not sure we need more than 42 of those big boys, but maybe there's some other plantings that we can put in that maybe are smaller that can help fill those gaps or accentuate that. I don't know.
Well, Bernie, I tend to agree with you. I mean, Goodwill is not going anywhere. They plan to be there. It isn't like they're going to just build and sell and get out. They're going to be there and they're going to look at it and deal with their neighbors. They've been very well receptive there. So in any event, I'm satisfied with that. And anyone else can put their opinion in.
We'll add some landscaping in that area in the final plans, work with Alan to try to help there. And maybe we can even run somebody out and he can tell us what may be transplantable and kind of work with that. We did spend some time to try to design to save some of the trees in the back there, and some of them are mature. And so, that they're pretty big. They're mostly maples, but
Mary, does that take care of your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Anyone else have anything to say? Okay, we're good. That will close this public hearing. And we can move forward. Thank you very much, Bernie.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Yeah. Okay. Brian?
Thanks, Vern. The next public hearing is P22-01, site plan application of 576 Washington Avenue LLC, applicant and the owner relative to 576 Washington Avenue, map 96, lot 2, plan entitled Proposed Moro Motors Pre-Owned Automotive Sales and Service, 576 Washington Avenue, Route 5, North Haven, Connecticut, prepared by SLR, dated June 7th, 2019, revised January 7th, 2022, scale 1 foot equals 40, 1 inch equals 40 feet, CB 40 zoning district.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Mike, is someone here from Moro Motors?
Rock Emmons from SLR International Corporation, formerly Mylon Broom, on the call. Just confirming that you guys can hear me, I assume, since you nodded okay.
Your name again, sir?
Rock Emmond, R-O-C-K, space E-M-O-N-D, SLR International Corporation, formerly Mylon Broom, located at 99 Realty Drive in Cheshire, Connecticut. As you all know, so this is 576 Washington Avenue. This is the pre-owned car dealership directly south of the BMW of North Haven. And this application has actually been here a couple times. We have received approval in 2019 for a site plan revolving around an 18,000 square foot building. And then once again, we came back for a site plan modification back in 2020, July 6th, 2020, we received approval for a 12,000 square foot building. And we are back again Mike had engaged a architect, and they had, I guess, played with the building a lot. And we're now here to receive a site plan modification for a building totaling 15,600 square feet. So we're finally somewhere in the middle, and hopefully this will be the last time and we can just keep moving forward. Just to clean up everything, I will be sharing my screen just to give everybody an idea of where we are in case you don't know. So this is a aerial mapping that shows map is north is to the right, BMW is directly to the right, and then in between is Oak Brook Row, and then the subject parcel along Washington Avenue is within the middle, highlighted in red. It is currently basically mostly wooded with, as you can see it on the aerial, that there's some temporary storage for the BMW, as well as I believe some of Mike's other dealerships. The existing conditions map, which was submitted, is pretty much the exact same existing conditions map with some minor modifications with regards to some of the utility coordination that we had done with the water company. So there's the water main that's kind of shown on this now. So very small potatoes here. Moving on to the actual site plan. And this is really where things are starting to go. I guess really it comes down to there is a dash line within the 15,600 square foot building. That was the previously approved 12,000 square foot building. And like I reiterated before, is we're expanding that, looking for a site plan modification. In order to expand that, one of the reasons is, especially why we're having a public hearing, is this is a car dealership and it requires a public hearing. And in doing so, we're just making the building a little bit bigger, and it's maintaining its general shape. Previously, part of this application, there was surrounding asphalt. So when it comes to stormwater and peak flows, where it's basically a one-to-one give and take. So we're taking impervious from one section and bringing it into another section, because impervious itself, be it building or bituminous, is going to be having the same rate of runoff regardless. And also, as the town engineer alluded, let's see if I go to the utility plan, to mitigate the runoff. I know that the previous application was doing the 1-inch storm, or the water quality. We are taking a different approach, and we are actually mitigating for the 100-year storm, and then having a overflow pipe to the state system. Basically, the previous approval showed this in a slightly different configuration. This configuration is to utilize the test pits in the most optimal way. And I believe that there was a comment that said there were no revised storm drainage calculations provided to the town. We will be providing a memo that basically goes as an overview to the town to give them a better level of comfort as to why we show this particular configuration. It's essentially the same dynamic as what we were originally approved for, but I can understand that due to the actual nature of reconfiguring and moving things around, that it would make sense to kind of clarify all that. Essentially, those are really the only major modifications between that approved plan and this plan. We were also in receipt of Alan's comments, and I really don't see anything that jumps out as me as being something that I would not be amicable for. And as part of so once again alluded to in the previous application, we are going to be going for the going to the DOT for both the saw cuts for some utility connections, as well as the overflow connection for the underground retention system or infiltration system. And we will be going through the encroachment permit process regardless, because it's something that we would just generally need to do, because we are trying to basically, once again, using the previous application, we're trying to protect the parking lot because it essentially protects the inventory for the owner. That's essentially it for my presentation. I'm open to any questions from the commission as well as any comments or questions from the public.
Yeah, as all the condo owners in the back of this building been notified? I know they're not all really within the reach of it, but have they all been notified or not?
Vern, this is Alan Frederickson.
Yes.
The agreement on this, which predated me, was that they would treat any application in the future as something that allows public comment. So we list it as a public hearing, but they do not notify, which was a precedent set long ago.
Oh, so did not.
That's kind of where we are.
Yeah, okay. Well, I know that he agreed to do that and I was just hoping that, well, it doesn't make that big a change anyways, and they certainly knew about it last time, that this was up, and we're talking about 3,000 feet change in size of the building. Is that correct?
Yeah, 3,600 square feet increase.
Yeah, 3,600. Okay. All right. Very good. I mean, the rest of it stands all the same. Is this going to be macadam? The whole place is going to be paved or not?
So there's a combination of pavement for the vehicle storage, so that way it's nice pavement for every vehicle, so that way they're kind of protected, as well as some gravel in the corner, and then the rear is going to be undeveloped.
Okay, very good. Okay, I'm all set. Jim?
Yeah, maybe later on you have to explain that one to me. I don't understand. If it's a special permit, why did the abutters not have to get notified? So you can just tell me that later, but let me just understand this. Essentially, all that's happening is you're going from 12,000 to 15,000 foot building. That's the bottom line to it.
Correct.
And just so that I'm sure, because I'm terrible at reading these plans, there's a sidewalk all the way out in front of this property across Washington Avenue, right?
Proposed, yes.
Yes. Okay. So then,
and just to clarify, this is a site plan application, but with a public comment, I guess, stipulation.
Fair enough. That makes more sense.
So I guess that's the best way that I can describe it.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Yep.
Okay. So it's a site plan, but public comment is allowed. That's it. So that's why I didn't give notice.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Okay, Brian?
Yeah, Rock, this is Brian Cummings. I have a question. Currently, there's a lot of cars parked just on the ground. Is this the area where the cars are being parked on the ground, or we're being parked on the ground? Is that going to take over for that and be a nicer have the cars parked there?
Oh, so I think that's kind of where the gravel parking lot is going to come into play. Is that's going to be where they're kind of turning inventory, and this is going to be dedicated inventory space. So a much nicer curb appeal.
Okay, thank you.
That you're good, Brian? Brian?
Yes, I'm good. I'm good, Vern. Thank you.
Okay. Paul?
Yes, thank you, Vern. Paul Wyman. Rock, I have a question about the buffer where over to the south side of that map down the bottom, that buffer right there.
Some of here?
Is the residence property.
Sure.
No, the south.
I understand what you're saying. So
Okay.
if you let me move to the landscaping plan so you can see. So that's probably a little bit easier. So
yeah,
the buffer is going to, so once again, I love kind of using cues from a previous application. We are also using the green giant in several areas. And this are the staggered buffer planting to kind of shield the residences in the south.
and again, what's that buffer, 30 feet?
I believe it is 30 feet.
To the tree, to the Arborvitaes.
To the edge of, so 30 feet from the property line to the edge of pavement, or I guess in this case would be edge of gravel.
And there's nothing there now. That's
there was
undeveloped.
previously an encroachment, which is why this kind of jagged line was here. for this particular parcel, and that was an agreement between the owners of this parcel and this parcel to give them that. So they are clearly talking.
Okay. Since the first application, not this application.
Yes, correct.
All right, thank you.
Not a problem.
Mark?
Yeah, I wasn't around the first application, so assume all the lighting issues have been addressed.
Yeah, so some of the things that were on Alan's was one point E, which is photometric plan showing no light trespass beyond the property lines. This was submitted part of the previous application. And I would assume that, you know, the lights have not moved nor changed. So if that works, I would assume this works. So
one of my concerns would be the traffic exiting the industrial park almost directly across. When you're coming down that.
Yep. Here, let me
the lighting.
I'll go to this.
Across, say, Washington Avenue to that intersection.
Yes.
Of Industrial Park. Okay.
So the driveway will be located around here.
But the lighting,
which is the outgoing.
Existing, yeah, but the lighting offset as you're driving down, say, Defco Park Road.
Yep.
How will the light be shielded from that roadway? Because you're actually coming right into it and coming down onto it. And create blinding light. I can relate to an issue actually on Defco Park Road coming down the other hill, going to one of the wine distributors is an issue over there. I don't know if it's ever been addressed. I know it firsthand because I had property in the park for a business and we used to travel it quite often. And
understood.
Especially in the rain weather, light issue.
So I would say that, so especially in an instance like this where we're trying to illuminate the actual parking lot itself, the actual fixture will be angled towards the parking lot, as well as typically there's a shield that is put in place on the back of the light fixture to dampen any light exposure towards the right of way. Additionally, with that, we have some plantings in between. They're probably not going to grow to a height that would actually dissipate a 14-foot pole, but it would be at least some screening for drivers from getting that kind of direct lighting.
Because the issue is you're up on a hill coming down into it. So the lighting from, say, the poles, say, closer to the proposed building will be lighting up into that vehicle storage area. Just so that can be addressed at some point, because I could see it as being an issue.
Understood.
Okay. Is that good?
I'll take note of that.
Yep.
You're good. Okay, good enough. Okay, Alan or Andy? Andy? Andy?
I'm all set, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like something from the file that talks about the stormwater, because I don't have any computations in the file at this point on this new site plan.
Did I say you're comfortable with everything here?
Yeah.
Okay, Alan?
Yeah, Alan Frederickson, I'm good with what's here. We should see the photometric plan and just add it to the set. But apart from that, I think Rock has indicated that he's more than willing to add these somewhat minor additions. I'm good.
Agreed.
Okay, very good. If there's nothing else in the commission?
Brian, Brian here. I just want to ask one question. I should have asked before. Rock, just the hours of operation. You're not going to be doing anything 24/7. This is going to be regular dealership.
No, this is going to be like I would assume they'd follow suit with the BMW dealership directly to the north, because they're probably using employees in between.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, very good.
This is Rod Williams. I have a question too.
Go ahead, Rod.
So on this photo what's on the screen, what would be the bottom on the edge? I'm noticing on one of the pages of the drawings, it looks like it's like a 2 to 3 foot slope up. I just want to understand what that is going to be. Is it a retaining wall? Is it just going to be dirt? How's that?
So you're talking about here? So you see these three
Yeah.
So this is literally just I guess, earth.
Oh,
So there sequentially, there are 3 contours. This is just going to be earth, and then so lawn, and then the landscape buffer, and then this is the existing tree line, which would be pulled back.
Okay, all right, thanks.
You okay, Rod? Rod,
Yes, thank you.
you all set? Okay, good enough. Okay, anyone else have any comments? Okay, hearing none. Anything from the applicant?
Nope.
Everybody's good to go?
Vern, it does make sense to actually ask for public comment though, correct?
Yeah, I'm gonna get there.
Okay.
Okay, is there anyone here from the public that had like to speak in favor of this? Anyone like to speak in favor of this application? Anyone in opposition to this application? Any comments? Hearing none. The commission's good, we're all good. That closes this public hearing.
So since it's technically not a public hearing, will
No.
you be making a determination?
Okay, it's a site plan / public hearing, I guess.
Yeah.
Something like that in any event. So, but in any event, we're good and we had all the comments and I guess you're good with what you have.
Yes.
And yes, they're intending to deliberate this evening.
Yeah. We're
Got
gonna do that. Okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Brian?
Yes, Vern, do you want me to read both the CAM and the continuation of site
Yep,
plan?
I want you to read them both, yes.
Okay, this is number P2129. Continuation of the site plan application of Locust Realty Associates LLC, applicant and owner relative to 48 Giles Avenue, map 28, lot 13, plan entitled Land Development Plans for North Haven Planning and Zoning Commission, Coastal Area Management Submission. Proposed building prepared by BL Company dated October 7th, 2021. Scale 1 inch equals 40 feet, IG 80 zoning district. And then we go to P21-29A, continuation of the CAM application of Locust Realty Associations LLC, applicant and owner relative to 48 Giles Avenue, map 28, lot 13, plan entitled Land Development and Plans for North Haven Planning and Zoning, Coastal Area Management Submission. Proposed building prepared by BL Companies dated October 7th, 2021. Scale 1 inch equals 40 feet, IG zoning district.
Okay, let the record show that we're gonna take the CAM with this, and would you read the CAM in? Brian?
Okay, that's P21-29A.
Correct.
Continuation of the CAM application of Locust Realty Association LLC, applicant and owner relative to 48 Giles Avenue, map 28, lot 13. Plan entitled Land Development Plans for North Haven Planning and Zoning Commission, Coastal Area Management Submission. Proposed building prepared by BL Associates dated October 7th, 2021. Scale 1 inch equals 40 feet, IG zoning district.
Very good. Thank you, Brian. Okay, is there someone here to speak for Giles Avenue?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Jeff Bausch here with the applicants, Locust Realty Associates, for the site plan and CAM application, joined with John Akampora and Chris Gagnon of BL Engineers. We're here seeking approval of a 14,000 square foot building, along with outdoor storage for a reserve yard. There was a 16,000 foot building that was approved on this property in 2010, but that was never built. As part of that approval, the commission had asked the applicant to install a vegetated berm in the northeast and east side of the properties.
What's happened here?
Chris Gagnon's just pulling up the site plan here to show the vegetated areas. That berm was built back in 2010 and has since grown in over the last 10 years. You'll see significant vegetated buffer now at the property. We can also show some photographs later on. Since December, the town engineer and BL engineers have gone back and forth with comments in an attempt to improve the site plan. We're hopeful these efforts have been to the satisfaction of the commission. And as mentioned in December, we'll also be seeking a sidewalk waiver as part of this application. One aspect that has generated some discussion is the outdoor storage reserve yard. There's a need for this storage. The First Student Bus Company has a number of buses on site, and the owner and operator have shown that there is a need for the area because it is less prone to vandalism and theft. These are working buses, and we have proposed a delineated area for the buses, as well as not to exceed the current number of buses on the property, which is 65. So for a little more on that and our other site plan improvements, I'd like to turn it over to Chris Gagnon of BL Engineers, who's here with us.
Hello, everyone. Can everybody hear me all right? We got a couple computers going on in here. I just want to make sure we're not getting any feedback here. Can you hear me, Vern?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you. All right. For the record, this is Chris Gagnon from BL Companies. So if you recall, we were in front of you a number of months ago before Thanksgiving, I believe it was. And we received comments from Mr. Fredrickson and the town engineer. Andy, I don't want to butcher your last name. I apologize. Baklava, excuse me. Bellavacqua, excuse me. All right. Mr. Fredrickson and Mr. Bellavacqua, excuse me. That's, I'll get it right. And over the past couple months, we've gone back and forth with the storm drainage design. And if you all recall, the concern was over the fact that we have a existing area that is essentially impervious, made up of the pavement millings, and that area was never controlled by any sort of stormwater management at all. So the intent was to go back and design something to provide some water quality and stormwater attenuation of this improved area that did not have any other stormwater management associated with it. So what we have done is we've proposed a vegetated swale along the southeastern corner of the property. And what we're going to do is we're going to gently regrade the millings area to direct all the runoff from the milling area towards the vegetated swale. And in this vegetated swale, it provides a water quality component to it and some runoff attenuation. It is a excavated swale with a riprap overflow berm. And so the water quality event will flow into this area and be infiltrated. This site is it's got the good New Haven sand out there, so infiltration once we remove the millings and install this vegetated swale will not be a problem at all. So we have gone, we've provided revised calculations to the town engineer, and he has responded with caught one typo on my plans on the size of the pipe, and then he's also requested that we propose a level spreader. We're going to propose a precast concrete level spreader at the outlet. This allows us to better control the flow of runoff, and it allows us to better delineate the overflow section. So those are really the two final comments that that needed to be resolved. So we're more than happy to provide that for the plans. You know, the other couple of items that that were left remaining is a discussion about the vegetated buffer around the site. During the previous approvals, back when this was approved in 2010, this vegetated buffer was approved as part of the previous approvals, and it actually has been installed. So you can see here that, you know, we have the well-established vegetation, and you can also see here, this is running down Giles Ave. We have a berm installed, and again, well-established vegetation. So the site is very well screened from the residential properties. And the other important factor to note, I believe, is that this parking area down here is set at an elevation of around 21. And looking at the contours and the fence that we have here, this fence line along the northeastern property line is set at an elevation of approximately 36. So with a 6 foot tall fence set at 36, the top of that fence is at 42 feet, and our finished floor of our building is at 23 feet. So this portion of the project and site is, in my opinion, sufficiently screened from the residential properties that are adjacent to it. And there's another comment with respect to the refuse, the dumpster. The existing use in the existing building and the proposed use in the new building do not generate trash at a level that would require a dumpster. However, should in the event in the future this maybe gets sold or moves on, we all know properties eventually get sold, there is appropriate location for the dumpsters. We have existing storage bins over here, which are already accessed by large vehicles similar to garbage trucks. So it is able to be accessed by the vehicles that would come in and out, and it is appropriate size for a dumpster that could get picked by a front-loading truck. So we have appropriate real estate that is accessible by the appropriate machines that it would need to, but at this point in time, their use does not generate trash that would require the expense of actually getting a dumpster in there. So, so that is essentially me trying to pick up where we left off. I understand it has been a little while, and I appreciate the commission's patience with us at this moment in time. So happy to ask, not happy to ask any questions. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have. And thank you very much all for your time. Is he talking?
You're on mute, Mr. Chairman.
Vern, you're muted.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Andy? Can you hear me, Andy? Andy?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
He's not in?
No, he's on now.
Okay, Andy?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Andy, now drainage on this area down here since the buses are in there, and from my understanding, they're gonna stand dormant. There isn't gonna be vehicles in and out and per se traveling back and forth there. Is everything adequate for you as far as drainage goes on this, and it's impervious soil? You know, it's covered with the millings and whatever. Is everything good there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've been round and round several times with the applicant's engineer, and I'm satisfied with what they have right now. Few, as the applicant had mentioned, a typo on one of the detail sheets, and he's agreed to add that concrete spillway at the water quality basin. Beyond that, I'm satisfied with what they've got there.
Okay, good enough. You're good enough with that, and the that's good. That's what I wanted to know, if you were good with that, and that was one of my concerns. And as far as the rest of it goes, I'm sure I was talking about the berm and the I don't know if there's a berm, but certainly the buffer along the northwest corner, what we were talking about there. But I'll let someone else get in on that. Brian, you got something to say about that, or?
No, I was just looking at that, the drawing, and the applicant's representative mentioned 65 buses. I don't see any mention of that on the plan. I looked on the sheet I have, and there's no number. And we do have a zoning enforcement officer who would go out and at some point in the future, maybe count the buses. Can we get that on the plan?
Sure can. Make that part of the approval, or if it doesn't get approved, we'll make it part of the approval. The amount of buses, we did that last month, I guess, on one of the applicants that we had there. But is that your only question, or?
No, it's not. Further on up
Go
to
ahead.
I guess the northern part of the property where the fence is, and I guess you said it's up about 46 feet. I guess that was the height you gave it?
Yes, so the height difference between the grade of the parking lot and the top of the fence, it's not 46 feet, excuse me. The elevation of the top of the fence is around 46. The elevation of the ground is at 21. So we're 25 feet or so. The top of the fence is 25 feet or so, the ground level, the finished floor of the building.
And I didn't get your name, sir, in the beginning.
This is Chris Gagnon. I'm a professional engineer with BL Companies. I apologize.
Chris, thank you. Chris, yeah, why no vegetative buffer in front of the fence? Maybe just for sound control. I mean, you do have 91 right there, so that's on sound control is going to do a whole lot. But why no vegetative buffer along with the fence?
So the elevation difference and the fencing and the screening acts as the buffer. So this was the way that it was proposed and approved previously. I know that doesn't matter anymore, but this was our approach to the application at this point in time. This is a particularly sandy site, so there's a little concern about getting it to establish over there on that side of the world. But the topography, in our opinion, provided that screening. And then additionally, I have this, this is a pretty current picture, obviously not today because it's got a little snow on it. But the property is buffered from the properties around it, just due to the development of them and the existing vegetation. So, in our humble opinion, we thought it was appropriately screened. But obviously it's in your folks' hands, but that was our thought process.
Thank you, Christian. And one other question, where the materials are being stored on the western side, you have some troughs, I don't know, storage areas, whatever. What materials are you going to be storing? Is that like gravel, mulch? What is it?
Yeah, it's gravel for maintenance of the lot itself and other landscape type materials that you would have. It's not a retail operation at all. We do not have anybody coming in and purchasing that. It's really just for their use, maintenance of the property, repairs to the parking area, etc. So just anything that you would need as an industrial type site to maintain the property.
Thank you, Chris. And one question for Andy. I know that maybe I missed the discussion, but the area of the lot where the buses are and the millings are, I guess we're now treating the millings as an impervious surface for all drainage calculations.
It is. Yeah, that's how it's calculated right now as impervious.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Alan Frederickson.
Yeah.
I'd just like to comment about this buffer issue. My comment 1D indicates that a 30-foot wide buffer strip is required. I can appreciate the applicant's arguments why it's adequately screened. However, the regulations require the 30-foot wide densely planted evergreen buffer strip. That's what's required. So if they intend to substitute something for that, that's something that I believe would have to go to Zoning Board of Appeals, not to the commission. The requirement for the site plan includes that 30-foot buffer on their property. And if I can comment about the earlier approval back in 2011, the earlier approval required that buffer as well. The application was bifurcated and only the first portion of it was consummated. So they never received stamped signed drawings for the entirety of the project. If they had, they would have been required to show that 30-foot buffer. So a reading of section 8.7.8.22 indicates that it's required, not that it's in the judgment of the commission or that it may be substituted, unfortunately. So that's where I sit. It's not a question of opinion per se. It's just a question of what the reg says at this point.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, but it doesn't sound like anybody's backing up yet. From that, it sounds like it needs to be there. It's required there, and I don't.
But it's not on the plan.
We're
you
going to
said.
get there in a minute there because I'm going to go to Jim Gilletti if I can. Jim.
Yeah, I mean, it's not on the plan, and we can go back to that with Alan, but a bigger thing to me is this whole bus issue is very disturbing. And I would like somebody on behalf of this owner to explain to me why it was okay to completely ignore our zoning enforcement officer and our regulation as to storing of vehicles. As I understand it, there were buses stored here. There was a cease and desist, the buses were removed, and then they were put back again. And there's been a cease and desist outstanding since 2020. So like over a year, 4 or 5 months. So, and then you come to us, so you take them off, put them back, and then come back and say, oh, never mind, why don't you just let us do it? You just ignored the cease and desist. So I'd like to have that explained to me.
Yes, Mr. Shelley, Jeff Bausch of Locust Realty. The buses were never removed from the property. They have been there.
Continuously for the last several years, for the last 5 years, they weren't moved and put back because there was a contract problem. That was in one of the application documents.
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Delaney.
It was,
What we've done since the cease and desist, we've tried to work with the CEO to try and come to a solution. And up until then, we started developing this plan for the additional building as well as the outdoor storage. So it made sense to come to you folks with the plan.
Wait a minute, Alan, wasn't there something where they said they had a contract problem, so they moved the buses back on there?
yes, I'm not sure what the contract problem was,
Well, they
but
didn't
Jim,
tell us.
you're absolutely correct, but the letter of explanation that came to you from Laura Magarasi, which is dated November 22nd, 2021, states clearly the buses were removed and the property was determined to be in compliance with the order on March 31st, 2020. So they were removed, and then they came back according to our CEO. And I thought that was something that was discussed and accepted as fact.
Yeah, so now this applicant is saying that did not happen, so maybe we should hear from Laura. But even that being said, certainly from March of 2020 till it'll be March of 2022, you guys have ignored a cease and desist order. Right? They weren't supposed to be there. The buses are not supposed to be there.
As I said, we were trying to work with the CEO to come to a solution, and the site plan application was a solution to get this approved.
2 years later? Really? Okay.
Well,
I have a very big problem with applicants coming and saying, yeah, we've got this big violation, but hey, we're going to do an application 2 years later to try and get rid of that violation. Not acceptable to me. Completely not. And I think we should hear from Laura, because you're saying that what she's saying is not true. The buses were never removed. I got something from her about coming here tonight, but says she couldn't do it. So maybe we should continue to next month and find out from her if what she's saying is inaccurate.
Okay.
I have a problem, Vern, as a commissioner, I have a problem when we send out cease and desist order to parties and they just don't do anything about it. We've talked about this, it's an enforcement problem in the town, and this is a prime example of it. So I don't think you just forgive it and say, okay, no problem, we'll let you just continue. I would be vehemently opposed.
I think it's important just to mention that our clients did not ignore the cease and desist order. There was action taken to try and come up with a solution. And
what action was that? This application?
Yes. Yeah, and I think it is 2022 now. We were able to get the application filed. Basically, seems like a year after the cease and desist order.
A year after the cease and desist. Okay. Well, I guess
so,
I'd like to hear from the zoning enforcement officer.
Yeah, I can understand what you're saying, Jim. We certainly want to talk to her and respect it. And Paul?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm on the same page. I saw the buses, and they're not just parked there because they're overflow. They're parked there, and some of them are cannibalized. It's just it's an issue. So, the way they're sitting there. I think it was brought to our attention that they were something to do with a contract or a slowdown in the school schedule. That's why they were parked there. But there's a lot of them that are not registered. Most of them are not registered. So that's not hitting our tax base. And there's some issues with the buses being there. But anyway, I don't know if they were removed. My main concern was the drainage, but that's going to be addressed. And
Yeah, well,
also the buffer.
yeah, the buffer, Paul, I was kind of concerned about the drainage, and I was concerned about the buffer as well. And well, we haven't talked about the buffer yet, but the drainage, Andy is okay with the drainage, so we're good with
Yeah.
the drainage. And now we just got to iron out whatever we're gonna do with Laura and the buses and how we're gonna handle this. But we're gonna go onto the drain, onto the buffer right now. Jim, do you have any concern about that buffer?
Frankly, no, unless Andy tells me he's got an issue about the buffer is not a concern to me. The storage of the junk buses is a big concern to me, but the buffer is not.
Okay, good enough, good enough. Brian, you talked about the buffer?
Yeah, I did. I talked about the buffer earlier. I'd like to see some trees up there or whatnot, and I'd like to follow what Alan was talking about in doing it the way you had specified, that let's do it the right way, the way it's supposed to be done. But getting back to the buses, I had asked a couple of meetings ago, there's some doors open on the buses, and they remained open. And to put it mildly, it kind of ticked me off because I thought that was a safety issue. And I think there is a problem. Maybe somebody can, tell me not, but I think there's a problem maybe between the relationship between the bus company and the owner of the property, that one is not hearing what the other's saying. Also, too, those are older buses, as Paul was saying, they're being cannibalized. Those are gasoline powered engine buses. These buses are probably going to be going to electric. Where they are now is probably where they're going to be staying for the rest of their lives. So I can't say that. I don't know that, but they don't appear to be moving. And for not having the respect to at least close the doors on the buses as a safety issue, not having kids get in there with a case of beer on a Saturday night, that's disgusting. Thank you.
Okay, good enough. Good. You all set there, Brian?
That's probably
Brian?
Yeah, I'm all set. Thanks.
Yeah.
Mr. Cummings, I just do think it's important that as.
Who's this?
Sorry, go ahead.
Who's this, Rod?
Sorry, who's speaking right now?
This is
trying to
Jeff
get
Bass
Rod.
of Focus Realty.
Who is this?
Thank you.
Jeff Bass of Locust Realty.
It's Attorney Bausch.
The applicant.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
As the applicant understands it, these buses are working and are not cannibalized, and I think are just willing to push back on that. These are reserved buses for first student. Mr. Cummings' comment with respect to the doors is certainly well taken and something we can continue to press on, though there is a gate on the property, and we consider the property to be incredibly secure and safe, and that's why First Student has found this location to have a lot of value, because they're at the end of the road. It's a residential area. It's hard to really even know it's there. So we don't think it's a huge risk of that type of activity.
Okay.
With respect to the buffer, I think we do have some comments that could address the tree plantings.
Okay, fine. Let me get the rest of the commission if we can. Mark?
Yeah,
Mark?
Well, a couple of things. What is the
Mark?
Tracy with the commission? Yes. What is the proposed use of the new building, and how does that relate to these buses that are sitting there? And what do you do with those buses at this time? Are they just strictly storage, and how often do they go out and down the residential streets?
They're just strictly reserved storage, Mr. Parisi. They don't go up and down the streets.
Can you just, excuse me, can you just take some notes and you can answer all the questions that the.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mark, you got anything else?
Yeah, well, if I didn't get it heard correctly, also the proposed use of the new building and the existing building, are they tied together, or are they just going to be two separate uses?
Okay. Okay, you have those notes there, John, or whoever, Chris?
Yep, so the new building is going to be used for warehousing. The existing building has been there for about 16 years. That's going to remain the same. So different uses. And if you didn't catch my response to your first question, the buses are purely for reserve. They don't go up and down the streets with any regularity at all.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, very good. That takes care of that, Mark. Hey, Rod?
Thanks. I just have one question, I think, and forgive me for I'm flogging a dead horse at this point, but I just want to be satisfied. My main concern with this last time it came around was the buses, like, and the drainage. And we know that parked vehicles can leak things like oil, brake fluid, transmission fluid, whatever. And my understanding is where that all goes now is into the swale. So this is an Andy question probably, but I just want to confirm all that. My understanding is it goes down into the swale and then into the right of way down at 91. Are you satisfied that everything that could be coming off of those buses is going to be appropriately sort of handled in the swale?
Well,
yes,
I mean, it's similar to other site plans that we've approved from a stormwater perspective. That swale that's provided is basically water will pond in there before it starts. It'll infiltrate into the ground before it starts to run off. So I would say any oils that might wash off, you're probably going to get a bunch of that gets trapped in that swale. Some of it probably would run off. You're probably right.
Okay.
I mean, in order to fully capture that, you'd have to construct a full drainage system with oil water separators and all, and that's just not what's being proposed here.
But there are some in other parts of this site, right? I mean, I saw hydrodynamic separators or whatever, like in a different part of this site, right?
That's correct. For the areas that aren't used for the storage, they have an underground retention system and a gross particle separator as well.
Thanks.
Okay. Who did I miss anybody here in respect to this? Okay, from what I get here, you want to talk to Laura in respect of the buses, Jim, for what your concerns are?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Ravern because I'm hearing two different stories. I have a problem with this outdoor storage, but so before I made a ruling, I'd like to hear from Laura's last note only says they're trying to correct it with this application. I would like to hear what went on. Were they working on it this whole time? Were the buses removed and then brought back, even though they knew there was a cease and desist? That makes a difference to me. So I would like to move this over to next month and hear from them.
All right, Jim, we certainly want to make you satisfied here with what you're listening to. Paul?
Well, I'm just going to bring up the point again about the, we're told by the applicant a little while ago that these were ready to use if they needed them, or there's spare buses, but there's some that aren't registered. Hood's open. There's a pickup truck with no front end on it. So I just feel like I'm, not being told the street scoop.
Okay, good enough, Paul. Is that what you got?
That's what I have.
Okay. Anyone else on the commission? Brian?
Yeah, Vern, I do. I have a question, and I will concern did I have the word that there was a contract between the bus company and the owner of the property?
I'm
not asking the
Chris,
applicant.
you take care of that.
I
Is
thought
that
I heard
the
the
only
word
question?
I thought I heard the word contract used.
Is that the only question you have, Brian?
For right now, because then I'll elaborate on it when I get an answer.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll have an answer for you now. Chris? You want it? John, Chris, or somebody?
Yeah, I think we'd just like to respond first to Mr. Wyman's comment. With respect to the open hood of the truck, the applicant's vehicle was in a front end collision that happened pretty recently, and we think that is the vehicle that Mr. Wyman's referencing. That is going to be removed. If you could repeat Mr. Cummings' question, I think that'd be helpful.
Yeah, Mr. Bosch, I was just wondering, I thought I heard you mention that there was a contract between the bus company and the owner of the property, Is there one? And what does it say about the length of the contract? How many buses do you agree with them? Maybe the zoning enforcement officer might want to take a look at the contract if there is one there. I don't know if we can do that, but if there's something there.
Well, we gotta do a whole lot.
Go ahead.
We gotta do a whole lot with this, Brian, so we gotta talk with ZBA in respect to this, with Laura in respect to the, in respect of what has taken place. And I don't recall the buses being removed and put back, but, I'm certainly far from, paying attention to that, whether they were or they weren't. But in any event, some of these questions are valid, the doors being opened and hoods being open and not being closed, and, could have avoided a whole bunch of problems here. But in any event, we're going to continue this. I think we can continue this until next month, when we can talk with Laura through this month, and certainly have her show up at next month's meeting, if that be the case.
Mr. Chairman, please may I interrupt? I'm sorry. The gentleman who is speaking and has spoken for quite some time now, I don't know what his last name is. Could he spell it for us, please? Because I have no idea what your last name is. Mr. Jeff.
It's Bausch, B-A-U-S-C-H.
Okay, and your first name is Jeff? Okay, that's what. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, that's quite all right. Thank you. Yeah, are you good there? You have the information?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, Christie, are you good with continuing this to next month to take a look at this? Chris?
Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to interrupt, but I will. Alan Frederickson.
Wait, Alan. First off, I want to find out if they're good. I want to know, do we have enough time?
Well, that's what I wanted to address. I'm uncertain that we do.
Okay, I was getting there, but I don't know if we got enough time to do this, or you got to resubmit, or what the heck he's got to do here.
And I'm wondering if Jennifer Coppola might be able to opine on this. I don't really want to get in Dutch, and I would feel much better if the applicant agreed to grant the commission an extension to act on this.
Yes, that is exactly what I was hoping for. Chris Bosch, are you willing to ask us to give us more time?
I think it's Jeff Bosch.
Is he? He's not there?
No, he is. Vernon.
Yeah. Okay. Can you respond, Jennifer?
Mr.
Do
Chairman.
we have time enough on this?
Mr. Akapour, go ahead.
Yes, we have an issue because the building is on the ground and construction is going to probably be now to get in line in March. And if we delay this another month, I think it's going to be a tremendous hardship to Locust Realty, because it's a substantial investment on the ground. And it seems like we've gotten muddled in the buses when the whole thing was to put together a plan to develop the whole site and put the 10,000 square foot or 14,000 square foot building up. So we're being dragged down by this bus issue, which really was no fault, I think, of Locust. They were imposed upon by First Student, and they had no place to go. There was an emergency. They needed a safe site. They went. As far as them leaving and coming, I can't address that. I don't think that happened, but I'm not sure. But as far as another continuance, because this bus is the biggest issue here, is to develop the site and to put up that the 10,000 with the 14,000 possible addition. So I don't know what the story is with that, and I don't know what the consequences of this cease and desist in the buses has on the development of the whole site. And I would ask for, I mean, it's been now what, 3 months, and the building had to be acquired because the cost of those buildings are escalating by the day. We have a commitment from a tenant to go into that building, and so I don't know. It seems to me that we're getting dragged down by the buses. No one, the neighbor to the east and west, both have volunteered to say they were in favor of this. I didn't think it was, appropriate or necessary at this point, but they were willing to speak in favor, because this is probably the best neighbor they've ever had. If you saw the original pictures we submitted when this facility was taken over. It was an absolute garbage dump. I mean, there was literally 40 dumpsters of material that were taken out of there. So I know where we're at, but I think a month's delay is going to be a substantial hardship on Locust at this point over something that really has nothing to do with the development of the building. So I don't know whether that can be bifurcated or how we can handle it. And there was no, I don't think there was any disrespect to the town because First Student was in a problem. And I think the zoning enforcement officer was working with the owners saying that, basically what we're going to do is put together a plan for the whole site. And that took several months because of the negotiations with the possible tenants, et cetera. So that's where we're at. As far as the buffer, I know that when the original plan was produced, there was an issue there because the sand there is about 10 or 15 feet deep, which would not sustain the root system. But if we are forced to do it, I guess we'll figure out something. And anyway, so that's all I have to say. But I mean, this further delay is going to be a substantial issue. I mean, we would agree to it, but I think it's just going to be an issue because we're not going to be able to get this building up in time and we may lose the tenant. Mr. Chairman?
Okay, John, let us discuss this a little bit.
Yep.
So, Mr. Chairman, just
Yeah,
as
go ahead.
another voice heard from, they're essentially saying no, so we can vote on it. I don't have any, but I can tell you that what I would do is if we're going to approve it, do not approve the outside storage. So they'll still be in violation with those buses and they'll have to get those buses out of there. That's what I'm going to be proposing if we go into deliberations. It hasn't been approved before. Those buses should not be there. You're telling me that it's not okay. You want the application for your building, put the building up, get the buses out. And this is to the owner of the property. The owner of the property is in violation. And we're ignoring our zoning enforcement officer. It says there's active cease and desist in September. So for me, we can deliberate on it. If we don't have any more time, let's go ahead and deliberate on it. But I'm going to say that we should not grant the outdoor storage at all.
Mr. Giletti, let me ask you a question.
Okay, but let's. Well, I say let's talk about this in deliberation. Maybe we can get you a green light to go with the building and get the buses out at this point, and we'll take care. We'll deal with the rest of it later, but at least you'll be able to go forth with the building, John.
Mr. Chairman, I got to tell you, the only issue I see is First Student was sold. I actually have attempted to reach them without success right now. Whether or not those buses can be gotten out of there in any, how should I say, reasonable time, I can't tell you because there's no communication there. And we made them aware, they sent us a letter indicating that when they came, it was an emergency situation, they had no place to put these buses. And, it wasn't ignorance of the fact that we were, how should I say, ignoring the town. It was.
So let me respond to that. So there was nowhere to put the buses, so you put somewhere that they're not allowed. That's the problem.
Honestly, at the time, based on what.
But it's 2 years late. That was 2 years ago, and they're still there, according to you guys. Why would?
Please don't talk over Mr. Giletti. Please let him finish his thought because.
I don't know where you went.
Good.
We still see you, Jim.
You do.
Yes.
I don't know what happened. Well, that's good. Okay, I can hear you too. I'll put the Zoom info back in.
No, okay.
Well, bear with him, Vern. Hold on.
Yeah, that's better. Alan, I think we should handle it that way. Let Jim handle it.
Well, hold on a second. Jim's putting information back in. He should be rejoining us momentarily.
Okay.
Seems to be a minor problem with his Wi-Fi or something, but.
If you can hear me, that seems to be exactly right.
Well, we can hear you a little bit right now, Jim.
We can.
So you can continue. Jennifer just told me stop talking anyway.
No, that wasn't directed at you. That was directed at Attorney Akampora to let
Okay,
you
well,
finish.
I thought it was me.
Yeah.
It could well have been me. I was talking too.
Yeah, well.
So can I just interject, Mr. Chair, if I could? Jennifer
go ahead.
Coppola, counsel to the commission. Attorney Akampora suggested a bifurcation of the issues. What did you mean by that, Attorney Akampor? Did you mean that decide you're gonna withdraw the request for the outside storage? Is that what you meant by that?
Jennifer, I think the biggest issue is we have no control over the buses at this point. And to say that we're not going to seek approval of them, because like Mr. Gilletti said, we don't want to ignore the fact that they're there and now that they're not there by any kind of permission. So the issue is, how do we go forward so we can construct a building and yet deal with the issue of the buses? And, you know, Jim, I understand your issue, but I don't know how you go back and correct what's occurred. And it seems like it's just a culmination of issues that have not had, we haven't had any control over. It wasn't anybody ignoring anybody, it was just, it just couldn't be addressed. I don't know what you would propose to go back and correct what was done, because it wasn't done maliciously, I can tell you that. So how do we correct the issue that seems to be the focal point of this, which is someone ignored, and I got to tell you, no one ignored the zoning enforcement officer. She was working arduously as we were putting the plans together with BL to see if we can get all this solved at one time. So I don't know. I mean, it's not like we can get the buses out of there tomorrow, and I don't know. I made an effort to reach those people since our last meeting. Actually, it's not been successful. So we'll see how that plays out. And they were sold in the meantime, so I don't know, who's there. That's the issue. So.
John, this is Rod Williams. I think Mr. Gilletti was off for a lot of that. I noticed he disappeared and came back.
Yeah, no, I'm
Just so
back
you
now.
know.
Yeah.
I have a question about this, so I just want to understand this. You're saying that you can't do anything with the buses, but isn't the property owner responsible for what's going on in their property? I don't understand how that can just not be an issue.
Rod, how would you move 65 buses without the owner of the buses cooperating with you? There's 65 buses on that site. How would the owner be able to control that without the cooperation of the owner of the buses?
Some big tow trucks? I don't know.
Let me say this to you, the tab, and where would you bring them to? There's no other location. I mean, they're here because there was no other place. Now, the question is, that's really up to the owners of the owners of the buses. The owner of the property is kind of like, how do I say it here, kind of helpless in this case. And in the meantime, we tried to get this whole thing approved at the same time, so we wouldn't have to deal with that and yet get the building up. So I don't know what to tell you about that, Rod. It's just not, we're in a tough spot here. We're in a tough spot. And I gotta say this to you. I mean, for all the uses that were on that property, these buses are not the horrible use. The horrible use was 40 yards of various types of fiberglass. I mean, the place was just a disaster. We showed the pictures in the previous hearing. If you can go back and look at those, that's what we inherited here. And this is far, far beyond that. I mean, the place is really pristine and secure. I know Mr. Cummings said, this, but the only thing that makes that place safe for everything that's on that site is we don't get people on the site. And it's not an attractive nuisance. There's been no issues there. So, and I get that's why I think the bus company found it favorable too, because they would have things, people would be stealing stuff off of, but they're intact, and we could probably provide security to make sure that someone checks that yard every night to make sure nothing is open and like that. It's probably the bus people themselves that have come and gone on the site. I don't know what else I can tell you. We're in a bad spot right now. And whatever is going on in this world is not making it any easier. You can't get, if we didn't order that building when we did, and we paid substantially more for it than it would have been 6 months prior to it, the building wouldn't be on the ground. The building's on the ground now. And we have this issue with the buses, which I don't know how to go back and, mea culpa, what happened in the past, because it wasn't done intentionally, I can tell you that.
Mr. Akampor, this is Brian Cummings.
Yes, Brian.
Does the bus company pay rent to park there?
If I were to tell you, you'd be embarrassed. Minimal. Minimal. Yep.
I would like to reinforce what Jim said earlier about making the outside storage separate from the putting up of the building.
The only issue with that is, as I want to put that to an end, I want to continue, you know, in saying we're ignoring the town, we're ignoring the, you know, the rules. That was never the intention there. And it probably should have been addressed differently, but because of the issue with the building came up, it was all merged together, and that's how we got to where we are.
Thank you.
Alan Frederickson, I have a couple of questions about the potential bifurcating of this application. If we're at a time, and I've heard that the applicant is unwilling to grant an extension to the commission on acting on this, then I've got to say I'm very concerned about the prospect of it being approved de facto. And if there is a question, you know, about bifurcating it, well, okay, but that keeps the application or a portion of it alive. It would seem to me, if you intend to approve it, you would approve it. Maybe Jennifer can opine, but I'm unclear on exactly how this would work.
No, I think you hit the nail on the head, Alan. I mean, I think, you know, they've got to agree, and it's entirely up to the applicant, not to pursue the outside storage approval at this point and to come back and withdraw that portion of the application. I think that's the way it needs to be done. I don't think you keep a portion of it alive, quote unquote. That's why I asked the question. What did you mean by bifurcation? Exactly. That was the purpose in my asking that question, because that doesn't make any sense. I don't think it keeps it all, you know, we're not keeping it alive. And you're exactly right. It should be a concern.
Let me ask you a question, Jim.
Nothing I can do here, John.
All right,
I mean, I wouldn't know where to go with this, but I don't know if we got time or not to do anything with it. I think we're out of time. If you're not going to grant, you're not going to grant that. Jim, I'd like to get back to Jim.
I think Mr. Acaparo were you trying to say something, Attorney Acaparo?
Yes. This whole thing with the buses, which is really the Achilles heel of this whole thing right now. Jim, what's the solution to this? Would you approve it based on some knowledge of what the zoning enforcement officer did or what the circumstances were? I don't understand what the.
No, I would not. I mean, very simply, there's a problem with the approval of the outdoor storage for those buses. I would not approve it with the outdoor storage for the buses. So the way I see this, and Jennifer can correct me if I'm wrong, we can proceed and make a decision on it all together as one big site plan, which includes the outdoor storage, which I don't like your odds of being approved, but I don't know. I'm speaking, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I have a problem not approving that outdoor storage. You can withdraw the request for the outdoor storage and just say, I just want to get my building approved. I see that I don't have an issue about the building, but I don't know about the other guys. Jennifer, I have a question for you. Could we approve the building and not approve the outdoor storage? Could we make, as part of the vote, just approve it and say the outdoor storage is not approved, so they're still in violation with those buses?
That is what I want. Jim, that's a good question. Jennifer, can we do that? Alan, can we do that? It seems.
I mean that seriously. And if we can't, they have a couple of choices. Either withdraw that part of it or let's go vote.
Well, you know, we did very close to this here on other places, but I'd like to get this thing put together, you know.
I get it. He wants to put the building up. I get it. So what do you think, Attorney Capola?
I don't think that you have ever done that before.
No.
I've been representing the commission a long time.
Yeah,
and
I hear you.
I don't think that you've ever had a site plan that proposed outside storage, which is why, you know, the question was posed to the applicant. Are you withdrawing it or not?
And I'm with our attorney. Yeah, the applicant has a choice, in my opinion, based on our attorney. Either withdraw the request for the outside storage or let's move forward and vote and see what happens. That's kind of what I'm getting.
Or grant the extension
Or they can grant the extension the next month and let's get Laura in here and see what the heck's going on.
Yes, that's a smart thing to do.
Mr.
That is
Chairman, let
a
me ask,
smart thing to do.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask-
You got your options here, what to do, John.
Let me ask you a question. Let us say that we want to withdraw the outdoor storage at this point so we can go forward with the building. But how do we address the outdoor storage going forward?
I would think you'd have to make a new application.
Resubmit.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Under a site plan, yes.
Right.
With a, you'd have to make another application.
So, let me ask another question. Not easy. We're still going to be, now, the question is, we're still in violation technically. We're just postponing that, correct?
Stay with this.
Yeah.
Okay, how do we get some dispensation from that pending this new application?
I didn't understand. Did anybody understand that question? I don't know.
Well, I did. What does he do? Is he still in violation? He's asking you, I believe, for a certain amount of time to make that application.
It sounds like he was asking for a forbearance of some sort.
You got it.
We haven't been able to get those buses out of there in 2 years. I don't think anything's going to happen in a big hurry, but I don't mean to be smart, but what are you talking about? How long do you want to apply?
Well, as I said, the control is really not in the ownership here. The control is in the bus company. And let me say this to you, that's a big issue because if you had to remove those buses and they have to go somewhere, and these guys are under the gun, they're gonna fight with us. I have to bring some sort of an ejectment action to get them out. So that's gonna take time.
But if you went to our zoning enforcement officer, not the answer for the commission, but if you went to our zoning enforcement and said we brought an eviction action against them, that would stop the enforcement because that's what we've gone through in the past. Just so that you know, we've gone down this road before. We had a big application approved last month for a big piece of property that was in violation forever, and we kept trying it. And similarly, the owner came and say, well, there's only so much we could do with our landlord. There's nothing we could do. The only one we can deal with is the owner of the property. That's it. And you come to us and say, okay, we want to be able to just go by the cease and desist and approve this. It's very insulting to us, or to me, to have property owners come and say, we're in violation, just ignore that. No, I'm not willing to, and the rest of us seem not willing to either. So we're conscious of your willing, and Vern very much, I can see, is conscious. He wants to let you put up your building. I get it. But we're not just going to blow over this whole bus issue. It's an issue.
Okay.
In terms of
why don't you take what's offered to you, John? My God.
in terms of alternatives, you can also cure the violation.
Right, get the buses
So
out.
as a last resort, that's a possibility. But I think your concern is valid, John. It's if you did start an eviction action, our ZEO has always reported those developments back to the commission and stayed any particular further action pending that outcome. So I don't think that's an issue.
Because of the issues here in working with the ZEO, we basically deferred doing that because we didn't want to get into a legal battle with them. And we then provided we want to come in and get the building approved and see if we can get it approved. It seems the fact that took so long is really becoming fatal here. How do we I just don't want to, the litigation to get them out is probably going to be pretty serious. Is there a methodology where we can get the building approved, come back in for the buses, and not have this Achilles heel of the fact that it took so long to come in with a plan to get them approved, work against us? That's what I'm asking, I guess, outright. We got to be honest here.
Alan Frederickson, I'm uncertain as to why it would take very long at all to resubmit an application. We have all the background, we have the drainage designed for this. The only reason we'd be asking for an extension to act is to get this input from the ZEO. The drawings are more or less ready to go, if you will. I'm not sure why it would take, any great amount of time. It seems that all that background, all the engineering, all the surveying and such have already been accomplished.
Yeah, right. Well, I guess my question is, if we're laboring under that issue where this took so long to try to seek an approval because of all the issues, is it even worthwhile to seek an approval here, or is it going to be a denial? I mean, I think we got to have that on the table, because what are we doing?
No, you can't tell us how we're going to vote before we're going to vote. No, that's not going to work.
No, but I'm just saying, if there,
You have it. I think it's been explained ad nauseum. You can proceed and say you want it all, the whole site plan, and we'll vote one way or the other. You can say you're withdrawing the bus plan, or you can say hold off for a month and let her come back and we'll decide next month. Those are, unless I'm mistaken, that's what the three options have been. That's what I think. Where did Vern go? Is he still there? That's what we talked about. But you can't ask us to tell you how we're going to vote. That's not going to happen.
let me ask you a question. What is the conversation with the ZEO going to either add or subtract from where we are now?
I don't know if you missed it, but the person who was representing the applicant said what the ZEO told us was not accurate.
Okay, I don't know about that.
Well, no, that's what he said. So we're going to have a discussion.
Okay. You want to go in the building? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to withdraw with reference to the outdoor storage that for the buses, and we're going to go on with the building because I think that's important. And we'll go from there, I guess.
Attorney Capola, that works for you? We can proceed that way?
That works for me. I just, I've had this issue before. I just warn of what the result might be if those buses aren't gone and you're then looking for a certificate of occupancy. So I caution you about that.
Well, we're going to have to, I guess we're going to have to commence a litigation to probably get it removed, Jennifer. And if that takes months based on what's going on, I think if we hold up the CO, we're going to have a problem. Because we'll have the building up and the tenant ready to go. So I don't know how to handle that.
They said once that's in place, the violation goes away.
So what do you think?
Well, I think, again, we'll have to see how it plays out, but just be conscious of that.
Well,
that may be an issue.
That's a big issue because, you know, it's a substantial expense to put that building up. And if we can't occupy it, that's going to be another issue. Because we'll probably be in default of a mortgage at that point. So I guess we'll have to talk about that. Okay. So we're going to withdraw as far as the outdoor storage for the buses, and hopefully see if we can resolve that with some conversation with the ZEO and then come back in.
Okay, good by me.
Okay.
Vern, you're muted. I don't know if you're trying to talk. You're muted.
No, I didn't have anything to say.
Not Brian, Vern.
Yeah.
Okay,
Jim, okay. Tell me where we're at here. I missed this.
That's okay. Attorney Akampora just said he wanted to proceed. He's withdrawing the portion of the application for the outdoor storage.
Okay, good enough. So we're just gonna address the building.
Excuse me, Mr. Akampora's words were he's withdrawing the application for the outdoor storage of the buses.
That's correct.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's right.
All right, is that good, Alan?
Well, I think it's something you can, if you want to talk about it in deliberations, I think there's a way to make that work. My concern would be, okay, so the request for the outdoor storage of buses is withdrawn. Do all of those drainage improvements that are really based on the adding of the impervious, those are still applicable, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
we're just gonna go one thing at a time here. That's it. We're just gonna withdraw that and we're gonna leave everything, the drainage and everything the same. And we're just gonna act upon the building. Is that correct?
well, you'll act upon the application with the withdrawal of that component.
Right.
This is Chris Gagnon from BL Companies. For the record, the entire stormwater management system is still part of the application. We are not taking out any of the stormwater management features as it relates to removing the outdoor storage from the application. The entire stormwater management system is still on the table as the application. If that's
Fair enough, thank you.
That's good. Okay. All right, where are we? Are we ready to close this? Is there any more information going to be brought in here? Alan, you got anything?
No, I think I'm set.
Okay, Andy?
I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any of the commissioners have anything to add?
All set.
Jennifer?
All set.
No,
Jen?
thank you. Thank you. No, thanks.
Okay, very good. Okay, this application is closed for tonight. Okay. Okay, Brian? Do we have another one here? or-
No, that's about it. We just have others now.
I'm going down to other, I would presume. Jennifer? Jen?
Yes, I'm sorry. I
Yeah,
keep
please,
forgetting myself, so you know.
Can I switch you around to go last?
Of course, absolutely. I
Okay,
expected that. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Okay, we have P21 dash, this is under other, P21-10 and P21-18, 144 Washington Avenue. Is there someone here to speak in respect to this, this application?
Suze King here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
You can. Okay, great. Suze King, BL Companies.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Thank you, Sue.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm here on behalf of the development at 144 Washington Ave. It was previously approved. It's just to kind of quickly bring you back. Is it okay if I share my screen?
Please do. Please do.
We'll just give you a quick kind of summary of where we are, and then we'll just get into why we're here today. So this is the improvement that is on Washington Avenue in between Blakesley Ave and Monroe Street. And it has 4 tenants in the building. The tenant on the end here that is shown as tenant A on the plans is going to be the Starbucks. And then we've come back to you for changing of the use for tenant C to be a restaurant, and then tenant D to be, was previously a restaurant as well. But what we're here today for is because tenant A, that's going to be Starbucks, reviewed the plans and requested a few site plan modifications. And so we wanted to run through that with the board today and explain what is being changed and why. So I sent a, have it on another screen, but I sent a letter kind of summarizing it, but I'll just walk through each one of them. I figured I would go through the list, and then if you guys have any questions, I don't know if we'll, go through it once and then go through questions at the end, I guess, is probably the easier way to do it. So the first item that is on the list is the drive-through area here. Originally, we had this as all concrete. However, with coordination with Starbucks, really they only require the active drive-through lane to be concrete, and the bypass lane can be asphalt. So that's a material change. The asphalt is being come around here, but the concrete pad, the dumpster pad itself is still concrete, so that has not changed. The area in between the building and the drive-through, we used to have a 5-foot walkway with a little bit of landscaping here. As far as maintenance goes and just accessibility through the back here, that little bit of landscape has been removed, and it's a concrete area back here, allowing better access to the rear doors, and then just the look of the areas for maintaining is going to rather than be better with just having the concrete here. The 3 patio areas previously were going to be so patio areas, we have 2 up front, 1 on either side here, here, and here. And so previously,
So,
do you have a question?
excuse me,
Yes.
I don't have any screen up at all.
I see.
I can see it.
This is Jim
Everyone
Gillette.
else can see?
Yeah, I can see it.
You can't.
Yeah, I can see it. The site plan's up. Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe if I stop share and then share again, something glitch will we'll fix it.
I don't know, but I have nothing.
Here, I'll stop and then we'll go back on and just see if maybe. All right.
Okay, I'm good now.
All right. Well, I unclicked my no burn viewing button, so you're good to go now. Okay, so just to recap, so we just talked about the drive-through area. So the active drive lane is concrete, the bypass, and the loading area in front of the dumpster is asphalt. The area between the building and the drive-through, this area through here, is now all concrete. The patio areas, so there are 2 up front, 1 on either end, on each corner, 1 here, and then there's 1 in the rear back here. Previously, those were all pavers. Now they are going to be concrete with, they have the fencing around them still and all that, just the material has changed. The transformer pad up here, once they sized the actual transformer, this one, it got slightly bigger. And so we had to rework this area a little bit. We're fitting everything we can in a very small space. And so when it expanded to 6 by 7, and before it was 6 by 6. And unfortunately, that 1 foot made it so that we used to have a sidewalk here. But in order to get the clearances for around the transformer for United Illuminating, we stopped the sidewalk here so that we could get all the clearances around the transformer. The dumpster area also, previously it was 18 by 9 feet by 7 feet tall. It increased from 18 to 19 feet wide, from 9 feet to 9 feet 8 inches deep this way here. We gained an extra 8 inches here. And then it went from 7 to 7.5 feet tall around here. So that's what was, so the dumpster area itself increased slightly as well. The landscape peninsula, we have Eagle-Eyed Alan, who I was making him earn his keep this week. I apologize. We had an eager landscape architect that was trying to improve things and modify things, but everything's back to how it was, except this landscape area here, this peninsula here, previously when we were going through coordination, you know, in order, we got our 16 stalls and the landscape area was put down here. But through looking at it, just kind of visually, it, you know, Starbucks asked if we could move it to the middle here. So we moved it over here and it has the required tree, you know, that moved with it. So we went, and actually I'm going to go to the landscaping plan to start to clarify this. So as we were updating some landscaping down here, one of the landscaping architects realized that there's a couple of existing trees here that we marked to save, but with the quote unquote wall of arborvitaes, we weren't able to save that. And so originally, you know, earlier this week, it was changed to accommodate the existing trees. However, coordination with Alan and making sure that we are really clear in keeping this nice perimeter wall to separate our site from the residential areas. We have our wall of arborvitaes as we previously proposed, and we also added clarification to the demo plan that the existing trees along the rear property line need to be removed so that we can maintain that wall. And so, you know, it was made very clear that that wall and that separation is very important to, you know, making sure we are keeping we're separating this site from the residential area behind it. So let's see, we'll go back to site plan. So then the other item, oh, we're gonna, nope, go on to landscape plan, sorry. All right, still sticking with the landscape plan. There's some coordination with the sign and the light, the site lighting here. Based on the footing of the sign, we had to move a light. When we moved a light, we had to modify some of the landscape. So the trees were pushed off to the side. Some of the plantings that were coming from back here were moved up front here. And so as a result, it makes for kind of a nice balance of, you know, kind of trees on either side, sign, and, you know, a little bit more landscaping, you know, in the front here, just bringing the site on into the toward the building and to the sign through this corner here. Another item is that Starbucks requested that we add stop signs at the front of the building here and here. Oh, and I apologize, this is not on the list of things that changed, but it did. This island used to be, so we used to have all the ADA stalls here, and then we had 3 regular stalls here. So this island here was shifted over in order to accommodate, oh, it must be clouded on the site plan, is what it is, sorry. So this island here was shifted over to accommodate a site plan, to accommodate a stop sign. The number of parking stalls out front did not change. We just moved 2 of the regular, 2 of the typical stalls from here over here, and the ADA stalls were shifted to the middle. So so this, previously mentioned, this line, this light here was shifted from this corner over here to here in order to accommodate the signage here. We also coordinating with Starbucks. Lighting requirements made the site brighter. Well, we did so by adding wall packs to the building. So other than this light here, the site signage, the site lighting did not change except for this one here, and then this light back here in the middle went from a single head to a dual head to make the drive-through area brighter, and then to increase the foot candles at the building entrance and at the building entrance, the back door here, and then at the drive-through window here, wall packs were added to increase the foot candles around the building. While we were reviewing, Alan caught a couple, some lighting because we were making this so bright here. It increased the site lighting at the property line. So we coordinated that so that we're back to, you know, having less than a foot candle, all, you know, coming around at the property lines, and brought that down. We talked about the landscaping at the pylon sign. The tenant signage coordinated with no logos or branding, but having the, you know, the wayfinding signs with, there are some, we're gonna go back to the site plan so that it's easier to see. Or maybe the landscape. So at least the vision plan. So these directional arrows were added to the plan on the pavement. And then there are also some wayfinding signs for the drive-through that will just have the drive-through with the chevron arrows, and coordinated that the, you know, the tenant logo is on the pylon sign, so therefore no, like these wayfinding signs are not allowed to have the branding. Drive-through grading didn't actually change, but the contractor asked for additional grading points, and then Starbucks requested that we they wanted to confirm that we have an ADA path over to the dumpster. So there are a few additional call outs here, which we had to cloud because it was part of our submittal package to Starbucks, not really a site change, but just wanted to clarify of why that was clouded. And then where we just were, the tenant details, the tenant specific details were added to make sure that we have the order board. Here's the chevron signs on the floor, sorry, on the ground. There's the pylon sign. There's order pickup anywhere, making sure where they had logos were coordinated and making it clear that they cannot have that. So they're going with the wayfinding signage, without the Starbucks logo, just the words in the chevron arrows. Same thing here. This is the thank you sign, drive-through sign, and then this is the updated dumpster enclosure with the updated dimensions here. So that was a pretty quick rundown. Does anyone have any questions that I can answer?
Yeah, after all those signs that you were talking about, did you put any branded signs on that on that property at all?
So the pylon sign will have the logo, but then the actual wayfinding signs throughout the site, no, so for instance, this monument sign here, it's going to be this portion of the sign here, and they won't have the logo on top, so that we follow the sign requirements, the sign ordinance. And so it would just say drive through, and then with the chevron sign, and they won't have their standard Starbucks logo on top.
Okay, 1 second. So Alan.
Yes.
Are we okay with that sign right there?
I believe that the proposed plan complies with the zoning regulations at this time.
Okay, all right. There are too many signs that I wasn't sure. You know, we had some branded signs in there, or we didn't, and even this one here confuses me. Is this okay the way it is to drive through?
Yes, they're showing the removal of that brand.
Yeah.
You can't. I don't know if I want to get into a confusing discussion about signs, but yes, I think they comply.
Yeah, okay, that's all I wanted to know. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I did forget to discuss one more sign. Thank you for bringing that up. It's not a tenant sign, but one of the clarification that through coordination with Alan is making sure that we have one of the coordination items was to have the branding chevron arrows here, but we we put the right turn arrow. And then on the sign here is the stop sign as well as the no left turn sign. So
Yes.
that
Okay,
previously, to make it very clear, and so that there's, to keep with what we discussed earlier, previously at other hearings, other meetings, there's the right out here.
yeah, do you have,
So that was one of the items, Alan, I wanted to make sure that, we discussed.
Yes,
do you have the split in the middle on the in and out on the Washington Avenue?
Yep, so this area here,
Yes,
so this area here is raised, and then there's a little bit of curb here raised, but with the sidewalk going through in order to turn this way,
Right.
with
So there is-
coordination through DOT.
yeah, no left turn, correct? It's very clear.
Correct.
Okay, as long as it's very
Yes,
clear.
sign there and the arrow.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead. Jim or anybody got any
Hey,
questions?
I really got nothing. Alan and Andy, we all good here? I mean, these seem to be an awful lot of technical changes. Anything that we should be concerned about?
we took out everything that we think you should be concerned about. Correct.
All right, fair
Yeah,
enough.
that is correct.
I'm set.
Alan, Brian here, any changes to the impervious calculations with those changes, or are we okay there too?
I don't believe there were any changes in that regard.
Just
I don't know if
pavers.
Andy spotted anything, but I
No.
don't think so. No.
Yeah, Andy Bevelacqua. No, I mean, they went from pavers to concrete in a couple of small areas. I mean, that's about it. Honestly, I don't even know if they had counted the pavers with any perviousness to them. But I'm not really concerned about the changes. I don't think that they're significant enough, certainly from a stormwater perspective, to make any difference.
It looks, Andy, it looks all good there when I looked at that, where they changed that. It looked like it'd been okay to me anyway, so. But is that radius good right there, Andy?
Yes.
Where they extended that, the radius?
The radius out onto Washington Ave?
No, in the backside where they expanded out a little bit, they made it a little bit bigger. I think that's good, isn't it? Right.
At the drive-through, you talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't change anything in the drive-through. They just changed the materials. Maybe a little bit in the grading slightly, but it's really just a material change as opposed to a layout change. So.
Yeah, well, it looked a little bigger, but okay, good, as long as we're okay. Anyone else have any questions there, Mark or Brian or Paul? Rod?
Good.
I'm fine, thanks.
I'm good, Vern, thank you.
Okay, I guess we're all set then. Okay, thank you very much. So.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. Okay. Very good. Let me see what I'm at here, and that is, okay, now we have P 21-20, 560 Universal Drive. Chick-fil-A, is there someone here to speak for Chick-fil-A?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Amy Suchins, attorney representing Chick-fil-A.
Yep, hello.
Hi. And also with me tonight are Joey Fonseca, who's our civil engineer from Bowler, and Sarah Gaudiano, who is the operator of the store. Hopefully they don't have, there aren't any questions for them, because I think what we have before you is a straightforward clarification of the condition. As you will recall, back in September, we had applied for and you granted us approval to create a dual drive-through lane with respect to the drive-through operations. The presentation we gave highlighted that this would be at most times a managed dual drive-through queue, but we did expect that at certain off-peak hours, particularly in the morning, weekday mornings, where the store is not very busy, it would operate as a traditional single lane drive-through, and that second lane would function as a true bypass lane, because there would only be one row of cars. in working on zoning permit and building permit issues with Mr. Frederickson. We reviewed the condition and added the language to the plan as we had understood it. It became clear in our back and forth that there was, we had understood what was being approved was a little bit different than how it was being interpreted. So what we are here for tonight is just a very minor clarification in the correspondence I had submitted, made the suggestion that the condition be revised to say that whenever the managed drive-through system is operating, we have to have the minimum of the 2 employees, the traffic director, and an additional drive-through employee outside. That situation would cover the fact that if this was operating as a single lane, as I said, most typically in the morning at an off-peak hour, the employees would not be needed outside because it would function in a traditional single lane methodology and therefore not have the need for employees outside. So that's the request. I think it's consistent. We had included portions of the transcript where we described in a little bit more detail those operations and how we had understood the motion and the amendment to be read. Point you to the video. If there are any questions, we're happy to answer them. But I think it's just to make it clear that if the drive-through is operating at a single lane, we don't need to have the employees outside.
Okay. I think I understood it a little bit differently than that, but in any event, let's go through the commission here and see what the commission actually thinks about this. Brian, do you want to, have you got any questions right off on this?
I thought we were going to have somebody outside at all times to manage traffic, just because busy is subjective. And I don't know why we wouldn't. Just driving by there and seeing what occurs.
Right, so if I could explain. So if we are operating without both queues, there is a full bypass lane. Somebody would order at their driver window, pick up their food at their driver window, and you would have a full typical bypass lane through the whole site plan. If I can pull up the site plan, I can show you. Hold on a second. Sorry. There. So can everybody see the plan?
Yes.
Yes.
So what we had, this is what the approved plan shows. So you would enter through the existing driveway, and then you would have the dual queues all the way around the building. So what we are, sorry, I'm not sure why that's coming up, but so what would happen is that if we were only operating a single lane here, a vehicle would come up, order here at the designated order window, make the curve, and pick up their food in a traditional fashion at the edge of the building. There would be no need for anybody to be managing traffic because, as I said, this outer lane, the sort of closer, the lane that's closer to Universal Drive, would be a true bypass lane. And that was the concern that the commission had with the dual drive-through, was if there was a emergency or any other need for traffic to be moved, the people outside would be able to do that and direct cars to provide that. So if we're only using a single lane, then we have the full length of the queue available for a car that would be exiting. Just to be 100% clear, if for some reason we never have an off-peak time, which could be possible, but as Sarah can explain, there are some windows during the week that we are off-peak. Whenever we are not asking for anything different, if both of these lanes are operational, then we absolutely acknowledged in the application and continue to acknowledge now that the minimum of 2 employees have to be outside. Our only request is to clarify that if just a single lane is being used, we don't need the employees outside.
This is Jim Giletti, and I did take part in that, and you're right. The concern with the second lane and why you needed more people were a couple reasons. It gets much more complicated, and your people were then, if the 2 lanes were full, could have gone and pushed cars off to the side so an emergency vehicle could get around or somebody could get out. I get that. I don't really have a problem with your application. I just don't know if the wording works. And I'd like to also kind of figure out, how do we know when it's just going to be 1 lane instead of 2? Couldn't that be a momentary decision? Just like, okay, our line is really full. How do people know there's only 1 lane or as opposed to 2 lanes? And when you call it that you only want the people outside when it's the managed drive-through, well, what is the definition of managed drive-through? Where is it? I know what we're talking about, and it's when both lanes are being used, you need to have the people outside. And I'm okay with that for me. I don't know about everybody else. I'm okay with that. But I don't know if it works to just say whenever the managed system is in place.
I think we talked about, sort of that there isn't really a defined term, and in the discussion back in September, we tossed around a couple of ideas, whether it's a managed drive-through or a dual queue drive-through. We talked about some of that language. I went back and listened to almost the whole meeting again as part of the process with Mr. Frederickson. So if the commission feels like it wants to have more clarity as to the definition of a managed drive-through, we can certainly.
Well, all I'm saying is, how are we have to define it somehow. If you're making this, you're making a change for language purposes, right? Or is it that we want to explain and have Mr. Frederickson and our land use people on board as to exactly what we're intending? Is that where the confusion is? And so I'm not sure why we're here.
Yeah, I think the simple answer is that as soon as we use that second lane, it becomes a managed system. And if we never go back to a traditional drive-through and we're always operating as a managed system, then we need to have those minimum employees. If for some reason they build another Chick-fil-A across the street and we only need 1 drive-through lane from now until eternity, we don't need the 2 employees.
I get that.
Sarah can talk to you a little bit if you want to have a better sense of what those times.
How does it change at what time does it change? Is it done based on the number of people? And how do you know you'll have the people then to put outside?
Sarah?
So yes, hi, Sarah Godiano. I'm the franchise owner.
Thanks.
At 560 Universal Drive. So every day, for the past 1.5 years, every single day we've had people outside, just to clarify. Right. However, at 6:30 in the morning when we open for breakfast, we're very slow and we don't need people outside. Currently outside, we do use both speaker boxes, and someone said, how do you know? They have lights on top of the speaker box. So the same as any other fast food restaurant, green or red, it's closed or it's open. So currently, if we're not outside, we could be using the 2 speaker boxes, but then we go to 1 lane after the speaker boxes, 1 lane to the window, meaning the person sitting inside the drive-through window is actually touching the people in the car. They're putting their hand out, putting the people, giving the food to the people in the car. Mm-hmm. Under a managed system, everything takes place outside. The cash is outside, the order is outside, and the person doesn't actually go to the window. An employee hands the food out to the guest. So when we're talking managed, we're talking people are outside. There's actually not a Chick-fil-A term for what that is. Every Chick-fil-A around the country does it, but there's.
So what change are we asking to make? I get it. What are we, if we're not looking to put managed onto it, because managed doesn't mean anything, that's kind of what you're telling me. So what do we say? Whenever we're using the outside lane, you have to have people out there? Is that-
Whenever,
that's what we mean, I know.
whenever one person is outside, two people are outside. I think if I can dumb that down to what the,
Right.
Amy,
Yeah,
Well,
no. and I
Let me
think
go back, let me go back to Alan. Alan and Vern, how did you guys think it was working? And
I
it is what I
had-
thought we were doing, but whatever.
Yeah, I had this as the, actually, to back up to the beginning, this is like the only fast food restaurant in North Haven that we have any sorts of situation like this. And it is very busy down there.
Yeah, no, no.
There's no question.
them.
It is busy. And that's why we went along with traffic control. Traffic control means to control the traffic. And we don't mean it, I did not mean it, is to say one person can make a decision at Chick-fil-A, now we're busy, put somebody else out. I meant two people outside at all times, someone handling traffic at all times, at all times. If you don't want the outside traffic like that, well, then you don't have to have it. But the fact of the matter is, I think it would be reckless of the commission to allow somebody, God knows who, to say, well, okay, we're a little busy now, we need the other lane, let's put somebody out there. I think you should have two people outside, and my understanding was anytime someone was out there taking orders, someone else would be out there ready to take care of traffic, and if you didn't need the traffic, you would need it, if you didn't need traffic control at that moment, you would need it very soon, because your place is very busy.
Right, but I think the situation that we're talking about is early in the morning where there isn't a traffic problem. Then Sarah has two, the situation we're trying to avoid is Sarah having two employees outside who don't, where there's no traffic to manage. We're not talking about a situation where there is, where there are vehicles, but like she said, when they open, and I'll tell you, I've been by the store, I've been to other Chick-fil-A's, the surprisingly that morning window is not, it is nothing compared to lunch. It's infinitesimal. And I think that's the situation, that we don't want to have the condition require employees to be outside if frankly there's nothing for them to do because there's one car every 2 minutes because it's 7 o'clock in the morning. Are we talking about, I'd be shocked if there was a time on Saturday, from 10:30 till close that Sarah does not have people outside because it's a really busy store. It's it's a minimal amount of time, but it's an important amount of time because they could be doing something else, not standing outside. We're certainly not trying to be reckless. This is, and as we said, this is how Chick-fil-A operates in every new store. This is not the only one that's being retrofit. This is their standard protocol throughout the country now. So this is a very well researched, very organized. These people are trained to work outside. They know coming in that they're working outside, as Sarah had mentioned last time. So there is a lot of thought, a lot of consideration, and attention given to how this operates outside.
Well,
if I can just offer up, in particular to you, Jim, and addressing your question, as you recall, it was a long, winding discussion and presentation, and it was to deal with a difficult issue that is unique, as the chairman indicated. When push came to shove and they got into deliberations, there was a motion made, but there were many different things that were said at that time. So I wrote what I wrote at that point, and I did go back when it came time to finalize the plan and to sign the drawing. I did go back and I spoke with Andy Bevilacqua and I spoke with Vern. What was your recollection of this? So my recollection was that, and I suppose it depends on who you're listening to, but it was that you're going to have two people out there, and that's what a managed system is. I do understand what you're saying, at some point in the day, yeah, if you're opening at 6:30 or what have you, and you have a lighter load, okay. I would like to make sure that we have something that's, and I hate to use the word here, but enforceable, because if we get into a situation where the crowds die down a little bit, God help us, and it could, we could fall in a situation where at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, maybe they would switch back to one lane. How do we know that, and who judges the need for this? So we get into a difficult situation at that point. I'm not trying to go against the wishes of the commission, and I'm not trying to do something that's, senseless in terms of the mechanics of it. But I think there's a certain agreement that we'd have to have on this at some point. And to just, be in a situation where we, based on the applicant or the operator's judgment, whether there would be people out there or not, I think that's an unenforceable situation.
But I don't think it is, because it's readily observable, in the sense that you're not asking us to, report something that you couldn't, your zoning enforcement officer, any member of the commission could come out at 7 o'clock in the morning. And if we have, that second lane past the speaker boxes, because just to remind everybody, we have the existing condition is the 2 lanes up to both speaker boxes, and then we merge. So what we're talking about is that expansion behind, the real expansion is behind the second order window. So once we get past that, if we're using both of those lanes and clarifying and delivering orders out to the cars, then any one of you could come out at any point during the day and stand there for 5 minutes, stand there for 30 seconds, and see whether there is somebody getting food delivered in the outside lane. If we don't have a person out there and we're delivering, a minimum of 2 people, and we're delivering food out there, it's a zoning violation. I mean, we're not complying with the terms of the condition. It could be, I heard believe me, we heard you loud and clear with your discussion earlier about how strongly you take zoning enforcement. I think the other sort of factor here to give some consideration is that the second lane doesn't work for us unless we have at least 2 employees outside, because
that's one you got to explain, because I understand you need 1 to bring out food. Why do you have to have 2?
Because we have, Sarah can go back through the details, but in order to make the function of the outer lane work and having people deliver, there is someone who is at the end of the queue. So as you're exiting, there is somebody there directing cars and how to exit to avoid any issues. And that goes back to the Chick-fil-A training, et cetera. So you have one person, and this is how we got to that language of the traffic director and another employee, that you have somebody who's delivering food and you have somebody who's acting as the traffic director. And that's how Chick-fil-A operates. So not only do you have the condition itself, but that's how this facility is going to function, and it doesn't function without that. So that's our own operations almost ensures compliance because it's built into how we're going to run the day-to-day.
See, my recollection was there was a concern that if you use both those lanes, and in the case of an emergency, there's a bypass issue that can be solved if your traffic person is out there and telling people move over so somebody can get by. So, but I don't know that traffic, clearly if you use the second lane, you have to have another person because somebody's got to bring out food, right? Because they're not at the window. So there has to be one person to bring out food, but it doesn't have to be 2. You're telling us that your system makes you do 2, But my understanding is we wanted to make sure there was someone else there so that the lanes were controllable, and it's a safety issue. But the bottom line to it is, so I don't, as just one person, don't really have a problem that when you're just using one lane, you don't have outside people. But I don't know how to, is it enforceable? And I don't know what the rest of the commission sees, but I don't see it as a big problem. If they're only using the one inside lane, I don't think they have to have the other people. Just one guy.
I got a question.
Andy Bevelak, real quick, can I just throw something out? I mean, is there any reason why this can't operate as a standard drive-through? So throw a couple of cones out for the second lane, close the second window, and operate it as a standard drive-through. I mean, is there a reason we can't do that? And then when you guys are starting to get busy again, you pull the cones up, you open the second window up, and you change your operation.
But it's the same kind, is that what you're saying? So you're saying they could use just one lane but block the other lane?
Correct.
And then
leave the lane open so it still functions as a bypass.
Yeah, but
you
when they
prevent
use
cars
that
from
one
coming
lane,
in that second lane.
when they use that one lane, they don't have to have the people outside?
Correct.
No, sir, this is Sarah
That's not
Gaudiano.
what
So you're
Vern was
exactly
saying.
right. We operate in the morning just like a McDonald's, a Burger King, something like this. You drive up to the speaker box, you give your order, and you drive around to the window. There's nobody outside. We do exactly what you said, sir. You cone it off so there's no chance of going wide in the lane. That car understands they're driving up to the window to get their food. The other time we're forced to do this is when it lightnings outside, we bring everybody in. We're required to wait at least 15 minutes before we go back outside. That's a Chick-fil-A protocol. So we are constantly, I mean, these kinds of things could happen. You could have to come inside for 20 minutes because there's a lightning storm. And so everybody comes in, you bring your lane in, you have to go to a one-lane operation. You wait till the weather passes. You're required 15 minutes past the last lightning strike, and then you can go back outside again.
Well, Alan Frederickson, I certainly hadn't banked on that. But, you know, maybe need to hear from the balance of the commission, Vern, on what they thought.
Yeah, well, I've got something I want to try and understand. So I think I heard Amy say at one point, that, or maybe it was Sarah. This is Rod Williams, by the way, that at one point there are two order windows open and the lines can merge into one. So I've observed that, and I kind of was like wondering about it because I thought to myself, if they're both open, there's going to be two lines all the way up. So can you just explain what the distinction is when you switch to managed and when that's okay?
Yeah, and actually, so the dual orders is the current condition. So let me put the site plan back up. And I'm going to scroll back up to what is the demo plan, because that shows you what the current condition is. So right now, what you have right here is the single entrance into the drive-through that divides into the two lanes, like most of the Washington Avenue McDonald's has this configuration where you have the two order boards, and that's sort of become the industry standard of the two order boards. And then what the current condition is that you have these two orders. I'm sorry, that keeps popping up. And then these two order boards then merge into a single lane after the order board make this turn and then come pick up their food at the window. So that's the current condition. It's what you approved back in 2014 and has been, the situation since. So what we are proposing and what you see here was the widening, the bit of area that would be the bypass lane past the area for bypass past the order boards. So what we're proposing here is to basically maintain that condition the whole way through. Is that now you have the two lanes, you keep the two order boards, and what we had also approved is there's the little canopy outside. But what you do after the order boards now is you have two full drive-through lanes. This median, that is the area, here I can zoom in. The median, that's the area where people, the people coming out to order would bring over. And then back to the question about the traffic control. Sarah, the traffic director is sort of in this area right at the end of the queue.
They're between there and the window. I can't tell where the window is in
The
your,
window is
there.
right over here.
okay, so they're gonna be somewhere in that zone area.
Right. And so then they're the ones who are directing traffic because now you have a car here getting their food delivered. Sorry. 2 cars, food delivered, and then they both need to exit out the single entrance. So the traffic, the employee who's acting as the traffic director is directing this traffic, just like you would see if you were alternating lanes. And so, you know, what we had explained in September was that if there was an emergency, somebody here, and Sarah also reminded everybody, everybody has walkie-talkies and mics and everything, so they can all communicate to one another. So someone over here at the menu board says, I need help, we need to, you know, move, somebody needs to get out, and they shift the cars over so somebody could actually get out the bypass. And if, again, if the single lane is being used, then this outer lane becomes the true traditional bypass.
Okay, so this hasn't been imposed yet, right?
It has not been constructed, no.
Okay, that was my confusion. Thank you. I understand.
So again, Andy Bevilacqua, when you guys are not busy, you don't really need 2 order boards. And what I was thinking was, does it make it simpler, less confusing for people if you basically close that second lane, close that second order board, maybe put a couple of cones in front of it, encourage everybody to stay in the left lane all the way through. That way you'll have a distinction right from the start. As soon as somebody drives into the drive-through, they'll understand what operation you guys are running and just make it easier. I'd just be concerned if somebody pulls out to the outside lane, not understanding that they're not in a managed system, and they don't end up at the window. They continue around in the outside lane, and then, you know, you're yelling at them to move over, and you end up with a traffic problem. Wouldn't it be just simpler just to concentrate on just that left lane and just run it through? I mean, McDonald's has got two order windows because they're very busy. This is a time when you guys are not busy, you know?
If you had traffic control out there, you wouldn't have any problem.
But
You wouldn't have any problem whatsoever what you're talking about, Andy. You know, you wouldn't need all the cones.
Yep.
You wouldn't
No,
need
you're
anything else.
absolutely right.
It would just
I'm
direct.
just trying to find a way to make this, you know, work for everybody here.
I'm trying to make it work for everybody, but this is my understanding. And you know, if there is some sort of an incident, I don't know if there has been or there hasn't been, but if there was some sort of an incident, you know, it would be very well easily taken care of if somebody at least was doing traffic. At least doing traffic. There's a lot of cars there. A lot of cars. But, you know, here again, I'm just one vote, the same as Jim's.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is, it just seems to me with the amount of volume that the cars go through there, and I understand there's a trade-off. If there's going to be that many cars at 10 o'clock, well, you're going to have to give up somebody on the outside at 9 o'clock that's not going to be doing too much, I presume. But that's what you're saying. But the fact of the matter is, I think you need traffic control there. I don't even know who's training. You have somebody that train these traffic control people?
Yes.
But let me just play devil's advocate a little bit, Vern. There's no traffic control person at McDonald's, you know, and let me tell you something, you can get into a beef, meaning that, you know, they're both ordered at the same time but not a big beef, you know, but so I think what they're saying is that, listen, in the times when we just use the inside lane, you're making me just, even when there are not that many people, I got to have 2 extra employees out there all the time. And I get it. I don't really see if they're using the outside lane, which based on every time I go by Chick-fil-A, they'll use the outside lane all the time. But when they're not, you're going to make them put 2 people outside. And that's a legitimate position. If your thing is like, listen, you want that second outside lane ever, you got to have the person outside all the time. That's kind of where you are, right?
That's where I'm at.
Okay, fair enough. I don't feel that strongly, but where are the rest of us?
Well, we're going to get right to him. Paul, you would? Paul?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, Paul Wyman. Yeah, I like Andy's idea about about just putting a cone there so nobody goes onto that side, you know, at certain times. And when there's no cone, then there's extra people out there working. Today I went by, I bet you there was 5 people outside working. So it was probably 11:30, 12 o'clock, which is the busy time. But you know, it's well run. I think anybody that's been through there knows that it's well run. And it is a little bit confusing on how we're going to get, like, if something happened. We talked about this at length in our last meeting. We discussed this, but if there's any way of getting anything that's enforceable, to say, okay, when there's so many cars or in line, that we have to have an extra person out there. And I think Amy, you were saying that they do that automatically, right?
Yes.
Well, somebody's making a judgment call.
Yeah, right.
And
Where
where does it become enforceable?
Right.
How does it become enforceable?
That's the question. I
The person who's making the judgment call is on the phone and representing how she makes this decision to you. So I think, you know, if you have questions about, you know, what, you know, when Sarah staffs the lane and sort of what the guidance is, anything else, please feel free, because she's the one who's running this. She's the operator, so can answer all of those, you know, very practical questions for you.
Yeah, I understand. Hey, Mark, I haven't heard anything from you.
Yes.
What are you thinking here?
Yeah, I have a few comments actually in favor. I mean, it's almost self-explanatory, as they said. If they have a person out there delivering food physically out in the lanes, then they're going to have a traffic person with them for their policy. I really don't see any problem with it, how it's explained. I wasn't on the commission when the proposal first came up, so I'm just on the tail end of it. But from what I've heard over the last few months and the descriptions she's given today, I think it's very straightforward. I don't see a problem with it. I can tell you 4 other drive-throughs in the town of North Haven that I would like to get closed. And Chick-fil-A, for whatever reason, they've got it down and it works. So I don't really see an issue with it. If the fire department doesn't have an issue with it, and the police department, I don't see any more reason to have any more discussion on my part anyways. It's to me, it's straightforward. I'm hearing exactly what they're saying. They're defining it. If there's a person out there delivering food, then they're going to have somebody out there directing traffic. And so it's very clear to me. So if you'd like to continue to discuss it, you kind of know where I stand at this point.
Good enough. Good enough. Brian?
Yeah, I'd like to ask Sarah a question. Sarah, how long does it take you to pull the plug and decide, hey, we got to put somebody out there?
Oh, well, generally speaking, it's day by day. We know we're sending, I mean, you'll see people suiting up at 11 o'clock. Only one person never goes outside. A group of people goes outside. I mean, 2 or more people always go outside. So our normal day-to-day routine is we are outside every day from 11:30 a.m. until at least 9 p.m. Obviously, if there's a snowstorm, a lightning storm, something could change. But since we closed for COVID in April 2020, there has not been a single day that we have not had more than 2 people outside serving in our drive-through. Generally speaking, we have 7 people outside serving in our drive-through from about 12 noon till 8 p.m.
Thank you. And I see that. And I do have the concern, though, is how quickly you can do that. I mean, Andy has a good idea of shutting down one lane and making that happen, because I know your concern is, as the owner, is why should I pay somebody to do something that doesn't have to be done? But again, your concern also, and my concern here is overall safety. I mean, the money, just throw the money away. I don't care about that. But safety is my concern. And I see a man in a drive-through. I don't know how transparent that is, just to bring somebody out there right away. I mean, you make the call all the time, but I'm concerned. I was concerned when I initially saw all those people outside, knowing that you were able to put people through training, knowing that down in the headquarters in Atlanta, they have a whole restaurant built that they train people in and on the parking lot to do these things. And they probably, do your people ever gone down to Atlanta for training?
Some of them do,
They
not
do?
during COVID.
Not during COVID. Okay, thank you.
But I mean, you're watching a video how to do that. I mean, I don't think the training is the difficult part of the scenario. It's hard to imagine opening at 6:30, having 0 people outside because we don't send order takers outside ever for breakfast, never, not Saturday, never. So I would have no people outside, yet I would send a traffic director outside who would be directing the car to the drive-through window. That's hard to envision that process for me.
That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is when you have people outside, you need somebody out there directing traffic. When you have order takers outside, it's when you need it, not when you have nobody outside. You have nobody, you have nobody. But if you're going to put one, you got to put 2. That's my position.
Right, so
100%.
This way.
Right, so Mr. Chairman, then I think we've hit the nail on the head that we're not going to have people outside if we're not going to have the group. So the situation that we're concerned about is the smaller, as Sarah just described, a single car in the lane at 7:30 in the morning. It's going to be a single car. We're not going to have order takers out there. There's no question, there's no representation that we're trying to do anything about the situation where if we have people outside that we always need 2. Because that means that we're using that second lane. It's only in these off-peak periods, like 7 o'clock in the morning, that we're talking about, that we don't think we need to have employees out there. And therefore, the condition, and the condition as written requires us to have 2 employees, that once we implement this site plan, we are required to have 2 employees out there at 7 o'clock in the morning for a single car that might come every 5 minutes.
Okay.
And that's not what we're looking for.
As far as an alternative is concerned, this Alan Frederickson, does it make any sense? It would be a lot more enforceable if there was a particular time slot, which might not make everyone happy, but that always required the minimum of 2 people out there. I understand what you're saying at 7 in the morning, 7:30 in the morning, what have you, if that's operating as a single lane, but it really does become unenforceable at a point. Is it possible to just say, well, from 11:30 until 8 o'clock at night or what have you, there will be 2 people out there? Is that something that is some sort of reasonable compromise? Because it'd be a lot more enforceable to have a CEO look at a watch than to have a CEO have to make a judgment on cars and transitioning.
This is Sarah Gaudiano again. So I love that. We are outside every day. Weather is the factor that could throw a wrench in things, quite frankly. I mean, specifically lightning, thunder and lightning would specifically throw a wrench in things. Like I said before, literally every single day that has not had thunder and lightning, we have been outside with more than 2 people during those times. But the inclement weather is what would really potentially the only time, but that potentially would cause us to have to come inside. And come inside, just to be clear, when I say come inside, I mean go back to the car pulling up to the drive-through window, i.e. there's no outside, there's nothing going on outside. Everybody comes inside, you go back to the same drive-through play, just like a McDonald's.
This is Paul Wyman. I just want to make this clear. I think that we keep going back and forth on this, but when there's one person out, there's never just one person, there's 2 people out, right?
That is correct.
And when you come up for the egg sandwich in the morning, you don't even see a person. You go right to the drive-through.
I'm waving at you from inside the restaurant when I hand you your food through the drive-through
Okay.
window with my arm.
What do you pay? Just so I understand the whole process.
Yes, you
Where
pay
do
at the
you
window.
Pay at the window. You pay at the window, you order at the speaker, and there's nobody out there with the clipboard. Okay, and with the tablet. Okay. All right, thank you.
I don't know. Anybody else want to weigh in there?
It's Rod Williams.
Rod, I was trying to get around you. I thought that I thought we but spoke about this earlier in the week about some. I'm not sure.
So I don't remember that, but anyway, I guess my question, I'm largely okay with this. The only question I have is, and I still want to try to understand is, when you make the determination or what's the criteria for saying, okay, it's time to get 2 people out there or however many people, is it because of a certain, like, I know it when I see it, there's 20 cars, it looks like it's getting bad, or what drives that decision?
Thanks for the question, sir. Generally, it's time. Generally, it's okay, we're getting ready for lunch sometime between 11:30 and 11:45. So for us, it's not even 2 these days. If you come to a restaurant, it's 4 people. At 11:30, you're seeing 4 people get their iPads, put their straps on, and they're all marching outside together.
Okay.
So it's generally queued to time. We are not busy for breakfast. We are busy for lunch.
So, I mean, it kind of sounds like to have it controlled by time wouldn't be the worst thing except for the weather variable. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
So I'm not, right now, are you using the 2-lane system right up to food? Are people bringing food out to the second lane now? Yes,
Yes, sir.
all the time. I mean, but there's outside people all the time, even if you don't need them. That's what the problem is, right? Correct?
We need them at all times right now, except for the breakfast hours.
Except for the early hours, because but in the early hours, even under your theory, you would still use the 2 order boards, but just 1 lane to pick up your food. Is that what you would do? 'Cause otherwise,
Potentially.
what Andy is saying kind of makes it, we just say, if the second lane is shut when you're not doing 2 lanes, if the second lane is open, you got to have people outside. That's kind of what he's proposed. Andy, that's what you were saying, right? Second lane completely shut down, including the order board. If you got the 2 lanes open.
That just makes it simple for customers driving up. And
Right.
when they see the cones up, a regular customer will understand what mode you're operating.
Just 1 lane. And then you don't need the traffic person. But if you have both lanes open, then we get to where Vern is. If both lanes are open, that's where it got a little scary and you got people walking outside and you want to be able to get people around. So it seems to me the compromise is what Andy is saying. It's like, or what, and even Rod has said, it's like, listen, if you want to use the second lane, have people out there. If you're not going to use the second lane at all, shut it down completely, and then you don't have the people out there. That would be I would be in favor of that.
So if I could just make a point, we've been open nearly 6 years. We've always had 2 speaker boxes and 2 lanes open that curve into 1 lane, and we use cones to make sure the driver
right.
gets to the window.
And if you want to keep that, no problem, but you wanted to expand that. That's why we're
But
having a discussion.
Yeah, I'm still, I guess, the ideal situation when you drive up and there's inclement weather and we have 80 cars in our drive-through and it's lightning and I can't control that. And I have to go down to 1 lane and I can't pack cars even into my lanes and they pour out onto Universal Drive. That's like a real problem.
Well, then my suggestion is that we go back to what you had before. That's kind of what, you came to us and asked us to do this. And we said, if you do it, you got to have extra people out there. Now you say you don't want to always have the extra people out there. That's fine. Let's go back to what we had before.
Oh, I mean, I'd like to. Legally, I can't have them out there when it's lightning. I mean, legally.
I get it.
I understand. Excuse me 1 second. I just want to, Alan, how are we doing on time here? Jennifer? Jen?
I don't know. My clock says 10:31, but
How much time is Jennifer going to need? We're gonna call it.
Jennifer,
Call this meeting 11 o'clock.
Jennifer's gone. Forget it.
No.
The problem is, you've got a couple more items on
We
there.
haven't even gotten everything for us to
Well,
agree
I don't know how
on.
we're gonna do it. 11 o'clock, this meeting's over
And to deliberate.
nowhere near. We're not,
Yeah,
we're nowhere near this. What do you want to do here?
I think we should deliberate on this issue. I think you've had all the input you probably need.
I agree with that.
And,
Yeah.
and let's move to the next one and try and blow through these deliberations and get some decisions to folks.
Well, I don't know how we're never gonna get Jennifer in here tonight, I can tell you
No,
that.
I would not think, but
Well, okay, I mean, ladies, are you, is the commission fine with the information that you have?
Yeah.
Jim? Paul,
I'm fine.
how do you guys got enough information to, if we're gonna vote on this, or we're gonna table it, or we're gonna continue it, whatever we're gonna do, do you have enough information tonight?
Well, it's under other anyway, but I think we bring it up in deliberations.
Okay, good, that's what I'm saying. If you're good, we're good.
Right.
And if the applicant is fine with that, then, then we can dismiss this and move forward.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, could you repeat that?
Yeah, I just said, if you're fine with what you're presented, if you're satisfied with what you're presented, or you want to make a more argument, you know, we're willing to take it, but we don't have a lot of time tonight to do that.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure we were clear. You know, I think having heard the discussions from the.
You can ask for continuation.
Right. Well, I was going to say that if we'd be willing to agree to a time, our preference would be the time limitation, that if we have, you know, that we mandatorily have to have employees outside from, you know, starting at 11 p.m., you know, weather safety related weather issues aside, that would be preferable to the limitation on the lane for exactly the reason that Sarah described, that we need to be able to try to continue functioning during those weather periods.
Well, nobody knows how we're gonna vote here until we get voting, but I mean, if you're satisfied with what you've got, then if not, we'll continue it the next month.
why don't you see how it goes in deliberations, and as Jim says, it's under other, you can pick it up again if it requires further modification, but.
That's fine. Thank you.
Are you good with that?
And that means for the applicant, like if we have a discussion, you don't like it, you can come up under other again next month.
Yep, correct.
Yeah, that's correct. Sure.
Right.
This is Paul Wyman again. Is that video proprietary that you show your employees? Because I think I'm having a tough time understanding how the flow is down there, even though I've been there.
Let me, the training video, I'm not sure. Let Sarah and I talk about that while you're moving on to other business, and
Okay.
we can also figure out if there's a better way to get you some information.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if we can move it along, I think Andy can quickly go through 15 Cottontail.
Let's see where we're at here.
Okay, you ready?
I guess we're at Cottontail Lane. Yep, we're at P 20-19, 15 Cottontail Lane. Andy, can you help us out on this?
Yep, Andy Bevilacqua for the record. So I've shared my screen here so you can kind of see. So what had happened here when they constructed the cul-de-sac, somehow they got outside the limits of the right-of-way. The sidewalk got constructed, you know, and you can see that the light line right here is the original cul-de-sac right-of-way. And what happened was the sidewalk basically crept outside the right-of-way. And so when we pick that up in the as-built, what I've asked them to do is to prepare a revised subdivision drawing that puts all of the sidewalk back into the right-of-way where it belongs. And so this is the map that they've prepared. What I'm proposing that they do is basically file this in the land records. That would change the subdivision, and then all the lots would obviously be updated accordingly. This change doesn't create any zoning issues, any lot size issues, any setback issues, anything like that. So I'm really just kind of sharing the issue that was discovered and the way that we're trying to correct it. So that everything on the record, on the land records is correct and is going to work properly. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, and is Jim Giletti. I don't have any problem with this, but have any of these lots already been sold? Because doesn't it change the dimensions of the lots very slightly?
No, and that's a great question. Fortunately, we caught it before that happened.
Okay,
this
so
lot
no
right-
lots have been sold.
Yeah, this lot right here is the first one that's up for sale. They're ready to close on it now. And I've kind of put a hold on the whole process until we get this thing resolved. So that's
Yeah,
kind of
because their descriptions have got to fit with what you have on this map. So
correct. And that was one of the things I wanted to make sure that the Mylar got filed before any of the deeds got filed. So that way the deeds match the Mylar, and anybody going back to research it in the future it's all going to make sense.
Okay,
You know?
all right, good
So,
enough.
fortunately, we caught it when we did, and we're going to correct it. So that's basically it.
Okay, this Paul Wyman, I just have one question. This looks familiar. Didn't we talk about whether we could get the fire engine to go around in that circle? I
Yes,
think
yes,
Jim
that
brought
is
that
correct.
up.
Yep,
So
you are right.
So it ended up to be bigger than what you originally proposed, or smaller?
Correct. So the inside radius of that cul-de-sac was originally designed at 50 feet for the right of way. And now it's expanded to 53 feet because of the way the sidewalk. So it's a little bit bigger than it was.
So it didn't affect that emergency equipment?
Correct.
Radius, okay.
That's basically it.
Yep. So we
All right. Any other questions? We good?
Yeah, you okay with that, Paul?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
And I just wanted to add that we consulted with the town attorney on this process and the means by which to file a Mylar, and the town attorney's in agreement with us. So.
Okay. Well, very good. Any other questions from the commission?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Andy. Okay, that takes care of Cottontail. Cottontail, where the heck are we? Cottontail. All right. Okay, we have 200 Universal Drive, North, Target. Someone here from Target to.
Yes, hi, my name is William Slater, for the record. I'm here representing the Target at 200 Universal Drive as the civil engineer, which is Kinley Horn in White Plains, New York. If you would share my screen real quick. So this is an expansion of the already on-site drive-up program, which allows Target staff to deliver packages to customers that don't really want to get out of their cars. And we are proposing the elimination of the current stalls that you can see here on the right, and a restriping of those as traditional parking stalls, and then the installation of 24 drive-up stalls here on the left. And the way that they work is there's an aisle between the cars, so the staff would bring them across the proposed stop aisle and stop bar and ramp, and then deliver it to the cars in each of the spots. And then at the head of each of the stall is a sign that identifies which stall you are in, so the staff knows where to bring the correct package. Other than that, there are some solar powered beacons, that's object 9 here, that are being installed, 2 of those. A curb ramp, stop bar, and stop sign. And then existing drive up spaces to be removed, so a total parking loss of 4 stalls total.
You certainly got plenty of stalls there. This system works very well, doesn't it? You've used this other places?
Yes, it was started during the pandemic, and it's gotten so popular that Target's now rolling it out, this expansion program, to all their stores across the country.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Jim? Brian?
Yeah, I didn't get your name. Was your name Andy? Andy? For the applicant, a question?
Oh, no, William.
William, I'm sorry, William. Are you losing any handicap spaces?
No handicap spaces are being affected.
Thank you.
Paul?
No questions, Brian. Thank you.
Hey, Mark?
No comments.
Okay. About Jim?
No. No, I'm all set.
Okay, very good. Alan?
We're good. You can move on. Yep.
Okay, good enough. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, that's Target. Okay, we'll move on from Target. And now we have Target. We have 160 State Street. To put a pod, is that it, Alan? Or is there someone here from 160 State Street or Alan? That
I don't know if there's someone here at this point. I'm not sure. The issue is that there's some snow removal equipment that is otherwise unhoused, and they have located a container on the property. They need an approval to put the container there. It's in violation at this point. So they've shown it on a plan under other, and they're requesting an approval for, I believe, just during the snow season when they need the equipment there.
how big is the container, Alan?
Pretty big.
I don't know. Hold on a sec. I don't know if they said in their letter.
They gave a photo that has a container in it, which is a pretty traditional, like the back of a truck container.
Yeah.
With some big snow equipment beside it. So is that the container they're looking to have for small stuff? Not for
That
the big
is.
stuff? Oh, okay. They did.
Yeah, it's smaller than a Bobcat or that tractor, so they might have their snow blowers in there, yeah. So.
Yeah,
You
that's,
see
my
that?
understanding is
You see the container there? You see the container in my shot, Vern?
Oh, yes. Oh, I see it. Yes. Really?
It's about the size of that snow removal thing.
Yep.
That's
And
what
it's
they
only
did.
gonna be here for the winter anyway, so I guess that's what he said, so. Anybody got any particular questions about this?
I got nothing.
Okay, Paul?
None, just as long as it's temporary, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Mark?
Same here, just gonna be a temporary situation. We'll have to outline some details for that.
Okay, okay, very good. Brian?
I'm okay, thanks.
Okay, then we're okay with that. Okay, let's see where the heck we are. If I can keep up with what's going on here.
If you can move to the change of use at 330, 336 State.
Yep, 336 straight. The other one, we're just gonna gloss over because it's the same thing that's been there for 4 months.
Yep.
Take that out.
Okay.
336 State Street, Unit 5. Is there someone here?
I believe Michael DeJoya, I see on,
Is he here?
I see his nameplate on there, but Michael, are you with us? It is getting kind of late.
I am, Alan. I apologize. I was just finishing taking the garbage out. I apologize.
Fair enough.
For the record, Michael DeJoya, property owner, 336 State Street. Also here in representative capacity of the tenant, Automotivated, relative to the application. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission for your time this evening.
And what exactly you doing there, Michael?
So currently we, I believe unit number 5 is listed as a storage garage. The tenant, so I at direction of town staff, as a formality, we are here this evening for a change of use because there's nothing that clearly delineates the use for the current tenant, who is, they basically tint windows for cars. And I'd like to underscore the fact that there's no repair aspect of this use. no tire changing, no oil changes. They work with a razor blade and a spray bottle. It doesn't affect parking or anything like that. And again, we are here respectfully this evening as a formality based on recommendation from town staff. I believe Alan can probably expound upon that because we were kind of up in the air as to which use we would even apply for, because it's either auto repair or garage. And again, there's no tools involved. There's no tire changing,
That's a
no
long way from that, Mike.
storage
Yeah.
or anything like that.
I don't even know if it might be called a basic neighborhood service. I don't know.
Well, let's call it a change of use and get done with it.
I'm sorry?
So,
But yes, it stands to reason, the use that's on the plan, on the approved site plan is storage. So it's, no matter what it is, it's different than storage, okay?
right,
But
right,
it doesn't mean it's not allowed or that you won't permit it.
right. So they want to change it to a window tinting operation, essentially, correct?
Very well
Correct.
put, yeah.
Yeah, that's, okay.
And just for the record, what is the name of the business? It's hard to read, just so that we.
It's called Auto Motivated. Recently, they were across town over by Sackett Point Road, off Giles Avenue, somewhere over there. And they, recently wanted to relocate to 336 State Street. Their business is growing to two young gentlemen. It's a newer business. And here we are before you this evening, looking for a change of use. Not even quite sure exactly, like Alan said, what we can classify it as, but that's basically what they do. They apply film to windows for vehicles and homes and buildings and stuff like that.
Okay. Okay, Michael, thank you very much. Is there anyone else have any questions before? Okay, Mike, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Come on.
Okay, we're gonna go, we'll try to do deliberation. We only got 10 minutes here.
Yeah, we can get quite a bit done. This is Jim Gilletti. I'm making
Yeah,
a motion to go into deliberations.
Pretty quick, I think. Or somewhere here, I guess. Okay, the first public hearing that we gotta go is the P22 special permit on Goodwill.
Can I second Jim's motion to go into deliberations?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even hear that. Yes. Got a motion and a second. Jennifer, would you call the roll, please? Jen?
Jennifer, you're muted.
I realize,
Okay,
yes.
sorry.
Vern Carlson,
Yay, yes.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
and then Paul and
Aye.
Mark are sitting, right? Paul Wyman
Aye.
and Mark Parisi.
Aye.
Okay, very good. Okay, the first thing we have is the Goodwill on P22 02S. It's a special permit for Goodwill. Can I get a motion to approve as it was presented? And I guess with everything that we talked about is that nothing was really relative to put in there. There was some talking about the sidewalk, but they're gonna put the sidewalk, extend the sidewalk when they're through. And they're gonna carry on just as though they were doing. So I presume we got like get a motion to approve that.
Vern, this is Brian. I'll make the motion to approve P2202S, the special permit.
Okay, can I get a second for that motion?
Turn this Paul Wyman and I'll second. Brian's.
Okay, Jennifer?
Oh, wait, before, I want to have a little discussion before.
Oh,
'cause
okay,
I've got-
go ahead,
I've
go
got
ahead, Jim. I thought we were done.
No, that's fine. And I'll keep it brief, I promise. My only problem here is that I feel they should have talked to that neighbor. This is an incursion that the commercial property is going further into the residential zone. The one person it's going to impact, we didn't hear from. I'm not saying they did anything wrong. They sent out the notices. The people that are entitled to be here, but you know, we're proposing to go into that residential property, take it, and then put vans right up against a new neighbor. And that may be better than what they had, but I just think they're good for the community. I don't have a problem with Easter seals. I think they should have talked to the neighbor. So I have a problem with that. But
Okay,
that being said, let's call for a vote.
okay. Jennifer?
Jim Gilletti,
Nay.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
And I, with an exception that the number of vans are specified and held to.
Okay, let's just comment a second. The
Can't do that.
special permit is the special permit.
Right.
I think maybe your comment is something that we need to include in the site plan, which I'm hoping will come up next.
Okay, I apologize.
No problem, no problem.
and so
Are you in
it's
favor?
just just in favor.
Aye.
Okay, and Vern Carlson.
Aye,
Okay, so motion carries 4-1. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, the site plan for the same site is, get a motion to approve the site plan. Jim?
Well, I think the same people who did I don't want to make a motion to approve. I'm not going to oppose it.
I know that, Jim, I know. Okay, Paul?
All right, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, can I
Paul
get a
Wyman.
second?
Vern, this is Brian. I'll second Paul's motion.
Okay, Jen?
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye, with the exception of the number of vans being held to what it is now.
Well, I agree with them. They agreed to do that limitation. I think the motion to approve should have included limiting the vans to 36.
He said that's what he said when he made the presentation, Jim. Okay, good enough. Jennifer?
yeah, he did say it when he made the
Thank you.
presentation. I recall writing that down. Vern Carlson.
Yeah, aye.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay,
I'm going to the drive-through. I'll see you later.
the,
Be careful.
Get me some chicken.
approval, Jim, it's approval here, they got 34 vans, and that's what they agreed to put
Yeah, I
in.
get it. Somebody wanted it as a condition.
I had it here, but, you know, I thought we're okay, good enough. Okay,
That can be a condition.
we have a site
We have
plan.
no objection.
It's fine.
Public hearing and a site plan together, for, 576 Washington Avenue, Morrow Motors, P22-01. And this
This
is
is Jim Gilletti. I'll make a motion that we approve the site plan for Morrow Motors, used cars.
Can I
This
get
is
a
Brian
second?
Cummings. I'll second that motion.
Okay, Jen?
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
5-0, motion carries. Thank you.
Good. Okay, move forward. This is a site plan, P21-29, 48 Giles Avenue. Jim? you're going.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve the site plan with the removal of the outdoor storage as presented by the applicant. The applicant withdrew the request for outdoor storage. So the site plan motion is that we approve it without the outdoor storage.
Jim, can I say something? I think the applicant was just removal of the outdoor storage of the buses.
You're right. And I will amend my motion that it be without the outdoor storage of school buses.
Then I'll second the motion Jim just made. This is Brian.
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye.
Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Can I get a motion from anyone? It's 21-29A, the CAM application for the same property, 48 Giles Avenue.
This is Jim Gilletti. I'll make a motion to approve the CAM on Giles Avenue.
Thank you, Jim. Can I have a second?
So Paul Wyman, I'll second it.
Okay.
Jim, Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Brian, you're muted. Oh, I think he's frozen.
uh-oh.
He's trying to come on.
There he is.
I lost it for a bit.
Go unmute. Right, yeah, there you go.
Vern, my computer locked up. Did we vote on this?
You gotta say
Good
aye.
for you.
Yeah, I just called your name.
I made the
Thank you,
motion.
Brian. Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay. Can I, P 21-10. Motion to approve 144 Washington Avenue. We had all those small changes that were made and we went over it and Andy said they were okay. And so they're okay. Can I get a motion to approve?
Not to be picky, Vern, but it says P 2110 and P 2148 on the agenda.
P 2118.
2118.
Oh,
There
I'm
were-
sorry, 18. I'm getting tired.
I see. Okay, I saw the 21-18.
Yeah,
You'd be
there's
modifying both applications.
10 and 18.
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
Jen, okay, did I get a motion to approve it?
Paul
So
Wyman,
moved, Mark.
motion to approve.
It was
Can I get a
Paul and
second?
Mark.
Mark,
Paul and Mark.
Yes.
okay. Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you very much, folks. Okay, we're under other.
Do you want to
Yes.
just skip this
Yeah.
for a moment and
Go
blow
to
through the others?
Cottontail.
Which one?
Go to Cottontail. Skip Chick-fil-A for now.
Okay. We'll
Yeah,
go
let's-
past that one. We'll go
let's
to
move it.
Cottontail Lane. We'll go
Get
to,
the easy one.
go to Cottontail under other P 20-19.
This is Jim Gilletti. I'll make a motion. We approve the change to the map on Cottontail. For the subdivision plan, I'm sorry.
Site plan modification.
This is Brian Cummings. I'll approve. It's getting late. I'll second Jim's motion.
Okay, Jennifer?
Thank you. Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, under other, we have 200 Universal Drive, it's Target. We just heard it. Everything is good about it. Can I get a motion to approve?
Vern, this is Brian Cummings. I'll make the motion to approve
That's it.
200 Universal Drive North.
Can I get a second?
Paul Wyman, I'll second the motion to the Universal Drive North.
Jennifer?
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Okay, we got 160 State Street. This is the pod that they want to put the snow removal equipment and the small stuff in there. Can I get a motion to approve that?
Yeah, it's Jim Gilletti. I'll make a motion to approve the placement of the pod for their snow equipment on a temporary basis just during the winter.
And can I get a second?
I'll second as stated.
Who's that?
It was Mark.
Mark Parisi, I'm sorry, Mark
sorry,
Parisi, I'll
Mr.
second that.
Okay,
as
that's
stated.
good enough. That's good enough, Mark. Good enough.
Mr. Chairman, did you say 160 State Street or did you say,
Say again?
you said 160 State Street?
160 State Street.
Yes.
160.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yep.
Thank
Jim,
you. Sorry.
Jim
Yeah.
Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we're down to 336 State Street, where we need a change of use for a window tinting business. Can I get a motion to approve, Jim?
Me, yeah, Jim Gilletti, I'll make a motion to approve the window tinting at 336 State Street.
Okay, very good. Paul? Paul?
Yes, I'll second the emotion.
Okay, thank you very much. Jennifer?
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye. And it's 11:03. We got time for adjournment.
Hold it.
Wait a
No.
minute, you gotta go back
No,
to
no.
the delay.
I know.
But wait a minute, can you do the extensions,
Yes,
please?
yes, I can't. I can't.
You can keep going, Mr. Chairman. You only have a little bit more. It's fine to go.
You can do it, Vern. You can do it.
You got a long drive. Okay.
Dave, you don't have a lot of time left.
Andy, can I get Andy up there, please? Andy,
Yes, sir.
okay, you're giving me an extension?
But it's not from him, it's from the applicant.
Yeah, but
They have requested it. We're in a time of a pandemic. They're ready to get going at this point.
okay, so it's a 6-month extension?
Yes.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
Can I just ask what property this is? I just don't remember. I know the
That's-
number.
If I may, it's Ralph Durante's property.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It-
Got it.
okay.
I got it. Got it. Thank you. All right, I'll make a motion to approve the extension.
Good.
I'll second Jim's motion to approve.
You second?
We got Jim and Brian.
Brian,
Okay,
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we have one more. It's,
Grass Hill Avenue is a similar situation where they had been waiting and trying to deal with it. They'd like
Good
an
enough.
extension.
It's Jim Gilletti. I'll make a motion. We approve the extension.
6 months, it's 6 months, Jim.
That's fine. Yep, fine.
Okay, can I get a second?
I'll second
Wyman,
that,
I'll
Mark
second.
Parisi.
Mark
Okay,
Parisi,
Mark,
okay?
good, thank you.
Jim Gilletti, Brian,
Aye.
sorry, Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye,
Motion carries 5-0.
okay. We have, that brings us down to the change. Did we get 336 State
Yeah,
Street?
we did it.
We
We
did.
did it, Vern.
Okay.
That's
You only have,
approved.
now
you only have a couple things. You only got the bonds and we still have to do something about Chick-fil-A.
And
well,
the minutes.
And the minute.
Okay, but the minutes can
minutes,
keep till next time. Yeah,
Give me the minutes, December 6th,
We get-
you want to do the minutes.
please.
I will make
Okay.
a motion to approve the minutes of December 6, 2021.
I'll second it.
Okay, Jen,
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
aye.
Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve January 3rd, 2022?
Yes, Jim Gilletti. I'll make a motion to approve January's minutes.
This is Brian Cummings. I'll second the motion.
Okay,
Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
aye.
Thank you.
Now we got these bonds on Washington Avenue.
Do we have to do the bonds? Can we go do Chick-fil-A? Can we keep the bonds the next month, or is it critical?
We could hold the bonds off. That's fine.
You want to hold the bonds off? Go ahead.
Well, let's get to, we gotta talk a little bit about Chick-fil-A, no matter what we do. No, I don't care what we do, but I would.
Go ahead, take the floor.
I could be convinced both ways. I understood it. They asked for 2 lanes. We said, you want 2 lanes, you gotta put people outside. Now they're saying they don't want people outside all the time. I get both arguments. I don't know, what do you want to do?
I mean, for me, Jim, I mean, from the beginning, from the start, from when we approved this in the very beginning, my understanding was we were going to have, 2 people outside, somebody looking after that traffic.
If they wanted 2 lanes, they had to have two people outside all the time.
I was concerned about the traffic. All we got to do is just have one of those kids get hit by a car.
Yeah, but what they're saying is just to play their part. I can go either way. I'll go either, and I don't care. But what they're saying is, if there's only 1 lane, there's not going to be any kid outside to get hit by a car.
I got it.
Because they're not going to put them out there. So I get it. I think we accommodated them. We gave them this to what is to us a strange outside lane where you're bringing food out. And they were going to put people out there. It never occurred to me they were going to come to us and say, okay, but we don't want to do it a part of the time. But I get why they're saying they don't want to do it.
Sure, I understand it. It's, it's.
I don't care. What do you want to do?
Brian?
This is my take on it. If they're only using the 1 lane and it's fully automated and there's nobody outside, then nobody has to be outside. But if they have 1 person outside, the first person has to be the traffic person and then the order taker. But if there's 1 person outside, there has to be 2 or n+1, whatever the number is outside, there has to be someone outside.
But they were saying that, Brian. They're saying if they put 1 person, they put 2. That's not the issue. The issue is if they only use 1 lane, they want to put none. And Vern is saying, no, there is no such thing as only 1 lane. You got to, if you want a 2-lane build out, you got to put people out. Right?
What I'm saying is if it's fully automated and there's no one outside, then no one has to be outside.
If no one's outside, no one has to be outside.
Yeah, well, that's.
I mean,
if it's fully automated.
now.
No, if they're operating, Brian, what I'm saying is if they're operating, they need people outside. You never know how fast that traffic's gonna come there. That's all I'm saying. If you don't think there's any danger to that, then you just say it.
I know, I was instrumental last time in the danger. I was very concerned about.
I know, I get it. I get it too. I get it too. But I mean, how about Andy's idea is like you shut down the outside lane totally, you don't have to put anybody out there. But if you have the outside lane open at all, including the box, you're gonna have people out there. Except for, weather accepting, you're not gonna put people out there hit by lightning.
Exactly what he's saying. But the fact of the matter is, you don't even have to think about the cones if you had people out there, period.
Can you just,
you're right.
Can you just exclude the time from opening until 11 in the morning? Okay, fair enough. Okay,
I don't know, what's that? Where's everybody else?
Paul.
We're gonna have to make some kind of a decision.
Yeah, Paul.
Well, you know what, I'd really hate to approve something and then someone gets hurt. So maybe there's a lack of understanding on my part of how this actually flows through there. That's why I was talking about the video, but the way it stands now, I think that they agreed to that, having somebody out there, and they should stick to it. Unless they come back to us and say, hey, we want you to watch this and see, state their case again, So
good enough. So you're with Vern for this purpose until you hear more, right?
Right.
Okay, then I'll go with Vern until we hear more too. So for right now, they want to build out of 2 lanes. They got to have somebody out there, let them come. Maybe there'll be time to actually talk about it next month.
Right. I'll go with you on that, Jim. Perfect. Very good. Very good.
Actually, but wait a
Well,
minute, you got a couple other people. Wait, that's three of us. You got two other people.
Well, I'm waiting
Jim,
for him.
Jim and Vern, what are we actually voting on here now? I mean,
Well, we're not voting on anything.
We're not voting, what we're deciding, Brian,
Just
really,
decide
essentially,
what-
not to change anything. Just the interpretation is they built out 2 complete lanes. They gotta have people outside. They gotta have a traffic guy outside if they want
Okay.
2 lanes.
Jim, as this settles down, do you think you should just table it? Is that kind of what you're getting at?
I guess we could just table it because well, except that, aren't they saying they're having a problem with interpretation with you guys? Isn't that what the issue is?
Well, no, because they wrote what we meant and they thought, just like going to court. The other lawyers got a whole different take on it.
No question. That's
But
what
they-
you paid for.
I'm sorry, they were trying to pull a building permit for the overhang and also for the small booth in front. And I
Right.
said, well, not a problem. Just write what we wrote on the plans for now, and you can come back and contest it. So right at the moment, it's just an inconvenience to them. It doesn't, if you're not going to improve their situation anyway, it may not matter. So
So can we table it with wanting, leave it the way it is because that's what we voted on? And unless they come back and state their case.
well, I think that the presumption would be that they would come back. You
Yeah.
put them on next month and try to.
Agreed. So then,
I don't
but
know.
Alan, you're comfortable tabling it with the language you're talking about, and they'll be able to pull their permits with that language and come back and see us?
They already have done that. Yes.
Okay, good. All right, fine.
Yeah.
All right. So then I'm making.
Yeah, they made a note on the building permit, so Jim, there was a note on the building permit.
I get it.
If you want them to come back next month, you should be continuing it.
Yeah, I'll
'Cause
make
if
a
you
motion.
put something on the table, you've
I
got to
don't
take it off the table.
I got it. I'll make a motion. We continue it.
Good enough. Can I have a second?
I'll second Jim's motion to continue Chick-fil-A.
And that is to your next regular meeting date.
That was Brian who seconded?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct, Jennifer. Yes.
Okay, Jim Gilletti,
Aye.
Brian Cummings,
Aye.
Paul Wyman,
Aye.
Mark Parisi,
Aye.
and Vern Carlson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll see you next month.
So before you adjourn, I think that's the last thing that we have, right?
Yeah, well,
You're not going to do the bonds? You don't want to do the bonds?
yeah, let's do them.
You want to do them? Andy,
Yeah, Andy?
we're going to do the bonds now.
Oh, man, that's bad. You want to do them, Andy, or you want to wait?
Andy, you gotta unmute.
See there?
It's
there.
just getting his info.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, sorry. No, I just closed everything up. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I tried, Andy.
Andy,
All right. So what order are we in?
342 Washington.
342 Washington.
342 Washington. Okay, so 342 Washington. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so. Okay, so this is the gas station. It's at the intersection of Washington Ave and Wadsworth. The two issues that really remain, the applicant has asked for his bond to be released. And I've advised him that there's still some outstanding issues. So the two things that are really the sticking points on this, in the approved plan, that's what you're looking at right now, that the rear area behind the building is shown as a gravel access. When they completed the construction, they paved that area instead of leaving it gravel. Second issue has to do with the handicap parking space. The applicant actually met with Mike Frieda and I to kind of plead his case. He was frustrated because the handicap parking space used to be in this location over here. And he felt that it was a good location because his employees were working right in the building here. They could see outside. If a handicapped person needed help, they could walk outside and give them a hand. By us moving the handicap spot over here, that created a problem. Now you can't see handicapped people anymore from the building. So he asked if this could be put back. Now, what I've already explained to him is that because you have to have an island at the end of every parking row, and because this is where their tanks are located, you can't put an island. There really is nothing that we can do. At his request, and I agreed that I would bring this back to the commission to discuss the issues around this. Honestly, from my perspective, the gravel access area is really not that big a deal. It's the same shape, same size. They just paved it instead of leaving it gravel. But the handicap parking space is really the sticking point. We can't waive that. That has to stay as it is. So they had asked me to bring it in front of the commission to have that discussion. And that's essentially what I'm doing here. So I guess I would look for any input that the commission had on this, and
Yeah, well,
imagine it's
well, Andy,
applicant.
yeah, Andy, I certainly went up and took a look at this, and I looked at it carefully, and, you know, I looked at everything you're showing me here, as well as the small trees in the back. And
Yep.
I mean, they've done a nice job up there, no question about
They
it.
have. Yep.
The fact of the matter is that I asked them about the parking on top of the tanks, and they have it painted. They have it painted in there now. And
That's part of the problem. Right?
yeah, and they said they're not taking it off. So I said, listen, there's no way I can approve this the way this is. You need to talk to Andy in respect to this. And they told me that they did. And now I know what your take is. And it's the same thing that I told them when I was there, that we cannot do this. But they did put cones there for one day. They put cones and tape so nobody would park there, and the next day it was gone.
Yep.
Because, you know, I've been going there. I go there frequently, but I also been keeping an eye on what's going on. But there's been no change. No change as far as that part goes. You know, the trees are really insignificant, but and
the applicant agreed he would replace the trees if that's what it took. These
yeah,
were really.
well, I understand that, but at that point, he did not want to do that.
Oh, okay.
You know, it was absolutely, you know, it was pretty stern. But anyway, and I was there, geez, I don't know, 3 weeks ago or more. And in any event, that's where it stands.
Okay,
So
I
just
will
don't think
continue
it's gonna
unless the
prove the way it
commission
is.
tells me otherwise. I will continue to hold that bond.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Jim Giletti. I would let him know that, I mean, from my 2 cents, what you're saying is exactly where I am. It's like, we're supporting you. We're okay with the gravel, but he's got to put that handicap space where it is. And until he does it, he's not getting his bond back.
Yep. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Hey, Jim. Thank you, Jim.
Andy, just one thing from Brian here. The dwarf Alberta spruces are on the dumpster there.
Yep.
Now they're only going to get about 7 feet tall in 40 years. Is that really what the neighbors would like to see there? Or would they like some of those giant green Arborvitaes?
You know, I'm not entirely sure. My concern really was over the size of the plants when they were planted. You know, some of those trees they're like a foot tall. They're just too small to be reasonably acceptable as something that could be a buffer within a reasonable period of time. You know, and I explained that to them, and I said, listen, it's got to be a buffer. So those trees have got to go if we're going to move forward. And they seem to be all right with that, at least when I talked to them. So,
well, you know, I asked them to just at least go buy some trees and set them there, even if you didn't put them in the ground, you know, until we got this thing ironed out at the commission.
Yeah.
But they would not do that either.
Okay.
So, I don't know.
All right.
Well, I mean, they're nice folks, but
yeah,
what it is, it is.
Okay.
Okay.
We will continue to hold for the time being then. That's fine. All right. Then the next one. Next one is.
I don't know if this is 10 Blue Hills.
Oh, 10 Blue Hills, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so 10 Blue Hills, the issue there, and we talked about this a couple months ago, the approval required a 15-foot grading easement at the, let me stop sharing, 15-foot grading easement in front of the entire subdivision. So I talked to the applicant, and he said that he went to talk. He didn't get the 15-foot easement. He sold the property. He went to the current property owners, and the current property owners said, that they weren't interested in working with him. So he's stuck in a situation where without his 15-foot easement, he can't get his bond back. I think it's $10,000 on that. So what I did since the last time we talked is I dug into a little bit more to try to figure out why that 15-foot easement was there. And the reason for the 15-foot easement was to facilitate future improvements on Blue Hills by the town. So the idea is that by providing that 15-foot grading easement, if the town decided that we wanted to lower Blue Hills Road across that kind of tough peak that runs through there, we would have 15 feet of grading easement to be able to do that. So that's really where the issue came from. He's addressed everything else that he was required to do as part of the subdivision. It's only this 15-foot easement that remains. So I guess my question would be, the town has no immediate plans to do anything on Blue Hills. I don't see that being anything that happens in any time in the near future. And even if we did, I'm not sure that grading easement would be all that necessary anyway.
The only reason we need it, Andy, is just in case that we go forth with a monster project.
Right.
And
kind of the way I look at it is if we decided to move forward with that project, there'd be more takings than just that. And we probably would be taking from a lot of properties along the street in order to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish. I don't know that this helps us a lot,
Yeah.
I don't think it will. But let Jim get in on that.
Yeah, no, I'm just like, listen, this bears some kind of a discussion. It's 11:30. I don't really want to.
We can carry it on. That's absolutely true.
Next month.
Let's move it on to next month.
Sure.
Give it
Not a problem. Not a problem.
It's 11:30. I'm going to pass out.
I agree.
And I'm not willing to just automatically say we had it, but we don't need it. Let's give it back.
No, certainly worth some more discussion.
It's something that if you have the easement, the easement is the easement.
Yeah, so we need to really talk about it. So
Yeah.
Okay, good enough. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Can I just raise one very quick thing with you? I'm not going to go into my presentation because it will be quite lengthy. So we do have an Affordable Housing Plan Advisory Committee meeting with SCROG, representatives of SCROG and RKG Associates, who's the consultant that SCROG hired to assist the participating municipalities with drafting their plans. It's on February 22nd, and the invitation to the meeting did encourage that not only that we have the advisory committee members there, but also the Planning and Zoning Commission, because it is important at this point. It's going to be a discussion of the goals of the Affordable Housing Plan and potentially implementation of those goals. So I just wanted to put that out to you that, we would like to notice it as a joint meeting at this point. If you could just respond, I'll send you an email. If you could let me know if you're available on that date and time. If you could just respond to my email, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Is this virtual or is this in person?
I've been holding hybrid meetings, although only as it's been, there's only been a couple people in the library with me.
Okay, good enough.
And everybody else has been online, but it's
but this is a meeting with the SCROG people and the
yes, and the
Affordable Housing
consultant
people.
Yes, and I will share with you all of the demographic and affordability gap information that we've received, as well as they did prepare an initial draft of a portion of the plan at this point, which is the existing or baseline condition section of the plan. So I will get you a copy of that as well, so you can review it.
So before we leave you, Jennifer, this is like the second or third time we've tried those other things, the cannabis,
Yes.
whatever. Should we just set up another meeting? I mean, I don't know what
I-
we're set up for next
I would
month.
really
Keep
appreciate,
Throwing you down to the end of it
Can-
and then say, not gonna get to it.
and.
I
and
think-
there
I
are
think we should.
Yeah,
And
me
if
too.
we
But-
could have a special meeting, if you could give me an hour to just have a discussion about
exactly.
these
But-
two things. Yeah. I
But
don't-
can we set it up at a later date? What I'm saying is, can I do a little email poll and see what's a good date and
Yeah.
time for folks? Okay,
All
But
right.
we just can't put it on the regular agenda. We're never gonna get to it.
I
And I
hear you,
think-
yeah.
I think it was 91 pages or something, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
It's 303, the cannabis legislation.
Oh,
A
geez.
lot of it has to do with. the
Hopefully
criminal.
she doesn't read us the whole thing.
No, no, no.
Jennifer.
But,
is there-
and then, I'm sorry.
Jennifer, this is Brian. Is there a critical time frame that we have to have these things done by as far as the state goes?
Well, the opt-out period for accessory apartments in the parking, you'll recall, ends January 1st of 2023. It has to happen before then. And the cannabis, I mean, there's been a lot of activity among, we've been keeping a spreadsheet. And, there are some towns that are at this point choosing to do nothing. There are a lot of moratoria out there, some prohibitions, some limited prohibitions. So some allowances for some of the establishments and some prohibitions on others. So, I could give you more detailed information about that if you'd like it as well. I didn't.
I was just wondering if we had to do it by a certain date, and but if we're all set with a meeting in a month or two, that's fine. Okay.
I agree.
All right, let's do that. Let's go.
Okay,
Thank you.
sounds good. I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second your motion to adjourn, but remember, we used to go to 1, 2 o'clock without any problem, guys. And now look at this.
All in favor?
Wait, was that a toad you're talking about?
I'm getting old, Brian. I can't do it.
Forget it. Unless somebody
Can't-
brings some Guinness.
We can't chat for a few more minutes here?
Exactly.
Good night, Paul. Good
Paul
night.
Paul at 11:30 in the over, so he's good.
Oh, my God. See
Hey,
you all
gentlemen,
soon.
Good night,
thank you
everyone.
very much.
Good night.
Good night.
Did everybody
Good night,
say
all.
all in favor? Did everybody say aye?
I did. I heard it.
Okay,
Good night.
thank you. It's 11:29. Thanks
Jennifer,
so much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Thanks,
night.
Clay.
Good night, all.
Good night.
Thanks, Atanya. Take care.
The preceding program is brought to you in part through a grant from the town of North Haven. Watch town meetings or other videos on demand at nhtv.com.